All right, so now they'll get a notification. Damn, turned you off.
Yeah.
It's pretty much set up the same. Hold on. All right, everything's clear. You want to kick it off? Well, give me a second. Let me get everything in order.
Yeah, I still don't see it though.
No, it doesn't show a notification out.
Yeah, yeah, you guys. I need a notification to the thing. It's not. Where's it at?
The only way I can put it out is to put it public.
No, it's not. You should be able to share it from YouTube. You got to go in the studio and find it.
Okay. All right.
You see it?
No, I gotta go into the studio. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. It's not even showing it over here. Yeah, no, that ain't it either.
It's like when you set it up in the studio, it gives you a way you can share it.
You mean create the go live on the YouTube? It's about the regular go live on YouTube.
Right. See, right now it's live. Right now we're live. Right now.
Yeah, I got it.
We
Here
just
it is.
okay. Yeah, email that to me, link to me, and I'll send it out.
Or it's bigger than this. Here, let me get in here. Let me send you the other one. Damn right, my connection excellent over here. Okay, I got that fixed. Now it's the share. I send it to your email.
All right, hold on.
But that's the link for the video. Spicy shit. Let's get my water. Damn, you're mad, Chief. Did the link work?
Let me go see. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Cool right now. Okay, got a pull out. All right, let me do one thing, man. I'm ready to kick it off. Shit, we're already live.
Let's put some music on. We play like 3-4 songs.
Okay. I put this motherfucker on timeout. She done went to bed. I put a grown ass woman on timeout, man. Shit crazy. Oh shit, man. I'm far from that shit. I forgot that shit's way back. Man, I wish I could just download this shit onto my damn computer and play that shit. That shit won't let me. Oh, was that the last one? No, that's the video.
The food balance is $2,126.34. To hear that again, press 1. End this call.
Oh shit.
The food balance is $2,000.
Peace, peace, peace. Empress Awakeness in the building. We're just getting started. Sorry for the delay. We definitely have to do something for you guys who for the inconvenience. So we want to say pardon the body. So our mind and our hearts are definitely, is in the right place. So we got a few things going on. So definitely appreciate everybody. Gonna be tuning in to this this in demand Aborigine horror show. So like I said, we're gonna be dropping some never seen or heard before information, because this is information that they're hiding. So I want to say peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. We're in the building. Some music on fast. I'm gonna get this link out to some more people, y'all. So tell a friend, tell another friend. We're in the building.
The food balance is $2,126.34. To hear that again, press 1. To end this call, hang it. The food balance is $2,126.
Anything start with the ops. Spell it for you, hear me? Peaches Pyrex gang, check this out. Look. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she key. All eyes on me, bitch. GTV. Yeah, go get it, gang, bitch. GGG. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, top tier talent, bitch. TTT. Who am I? Daddy Dope Dick. DDD. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, the ho see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lay pipe, no PVC. Plus I ball every summer like CP3. Thanks to COVID-19 and the CDC, I got 3,200 on my EBT. So now it's big king crabs when I eat AT. I'm one of the best like BIG or PAC. Look, RTNOCAP. In the streets I got a motherfucking PhD. See my piss in my blood full of TAC. You can see it in my skin like a TAT. When I put it in her throat, she gon' GAG. I ain't with it if it ain't about a BAG. Yep, like PAT. Paper power and prosperity. PPP. Potent plants and parakeets. PPP. Pretty pussy poking. PPP. Plenty prostitutes provoking. PPP. Black educated intelligent. BET. Treat every bad bitch like a PET. I'm a dog, I ain't never seen a VET. When you talking about hustling, I'm a VET. They need to let the real niggas out of TDC. Cause the kids out here stuck like PCP. The old head stuck in the past like a DVD. Need some A, B, C, D, E, F, G's, H, I, J, K, elemental PIMPs. No JOBs, no GEDs. $1 million made off DOPE. BPD couldn't see OPE. From the ESK to the OGP, we sold to the black and white like an OTV. I just ATE. Big tomahawk steak from HEB. OG King Kong, big APE. I do a trail ride show on the ATV. Been rapping since 1983. My favorite color purple, GRAPE. Hey, OPP, no PPP. We sold to the black and whites like an OTV. OPP, no PPP. OPP, no PPP. I just ATE. Tomahawk steak straight from HEB. OG King Kong, big APE. Do a trail ride show on an ATV. Been rapping since 1983. Color purple like a GRAPE. Blowing Zaza, no CBD. All my youngsters train to go, bitch, TTG.
Cali, the whole state. I represent for the all. Next to the more. RP to Gangsta Rich. We got you, Nick.
Org mob who made me Gangsta Rick, the reason I rap dope. At his funeral, Bun B said he the best rapper to ever rap though. I inherited all them skills, Bruce Leroy, I got the rap glow. I guess they forgot that we rap dope. I guess they forgot that we rap ghosts. In a pandemic, before a pandemic, this is what it sounds like when cash talks. Since 04, we opened up for Hove. We been rapping our ass off. Cash money, this a cash flow. Got it locked like a cash vault. Put my money in the stock market, then double what my cash bought. What you listening to is gift rap. Santa Claus with the big bag. Bitcoin investor. When it spike up, I get big stacks. Trap God, I miss that. Rap God, I miss that. Who signed these new rappers? All of them big wag. This here just a kickback. I'm finally on, yeah, I did that. For all that disrespect, I can't forget that. I told y'all this was get back. Now y'all just gotta sit back and watch me shine and be big mad. Got the dopest flow show in the whole world. All I do is spit crack. I'm in it to win. They gon' hate that I did it again. Cocoa Butters, Monster, Mike Tice for the win. Old lady handwriting, yeah, I'm nice with the pen. These rappers for snacks late night at the 10. I'm chilling like a villain, trying to make a million while I'm getting money to the ceiling. I be in my feelings, cause nobody know that I'm the illest. Been doing this is order, so what you talking about? I be trying to get to the bag. I be trying to get to the bag. I be getting paid in the trap while I'm trying to put the vague on the map. Too much sauce, I be dripping, got 'em madder. I had to get my cash up. Get your hating ass up and go and get your bag up. I be trying to get to the bag. I be trying to get to the bag. I be getting paid in the trap while I'm trying to put the vague on the map. Too much sauce, I be dripping, got 'em madder. I had to get my cash up. Get your hating ass up and go and get your bag up. 4 foes, I'm tipping on them. Big double cups, I'm sipping on them. All this sauce, I've been dripping on them. I switch it up and came different on them. Big money, I've been getting on them. All the pretty girls wanna get to know them. When my Bentley doors lift up on them, me and Fox Lab and keep going. I'm bag hunting, I don't see no bras unless I can amigo remember you about them draws. I need 20 racks, baby, just because I can't let your little putty mess that up. I'm good, I gotta connect with the plug. About to be the power company in about a month. I'm trying to have a house next door to Rick Ross. When I'm next door to him, just salute a real boss. Mr. Green Thumb got them trees by the peas. Holla at your boy if you're really trying to eat. Got that Roseanne sun and that hard concrete on the east side of Vegas. That's for Cali in the suites. I'm focused, man, like Jay-Z on every mix of that Maya jam. Carter One Wheezy, yes, I'm the fireman. Notorious B.I.G., he said it best. Ain't no lying, man. Can't get no money rapping, then UPS is hiring. I be trying to get to the bag. I be trying to get to the bag. I be getting paid in the trap while I'm trying to put the vague on the map. Too much sauce, I be dripping, got 'em madder. I had to get my cash up. Get your hating ass up and go and get your bag up. I be trying to get to the bag. I be trying to get to the bag. I be getting paid in the trap while I'm trying to put the vague on the map. Too much sauce, I be dripping, got 'em madder. I had to get my cash up. Get your hating ass up and go and get your bag up.
Peace, peace, peace. While we getting the music together. See, we got Original American 92 in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Like I said, we want to thank you guys for coming through. I want to say pardon the late start. But yeah, natural life should be happening, y'all. So we want to definitely we're gonna do something for the people who reached out prior to this thing. So we'll be getting back to you on that. be contacting you through email, phone call, whatever. So just be on the lookout for that. Original American 92, Empress Awakening. So just be on the lookout for that. Let's say OCO and all the great greetings to all the American Aborigines while we pull up this next song. Get some more people in here. Yeah, you can just play it whenever, bro. I'm ready. Y'all already know what it is, man. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all time. OPP. It's the Panthers. Let's go.
We get money just like really, nigga. Counting all these bands, I go silly, nigga. Spending all this money till I'm dizzy, nigga. And when it comes to getting money, we get busy, nigga. I'ma make it rain if she twerk something. When we hit the room, we gon' shake something. When we hit the room, she gon' shake something. 99 plus 1, I keep the shit 100. Eating greedy shit, you know how I'm coming. Main niggas in the back, the main niggas frontin'. You niggas super late, my niggas, we done been done it. When I seen the money, the only time you catch me running. Just came from the bottom and it ain't take long. Now I'm at the top, beating my chest like I'm King Kong. Yeah, we catching plays like I told my bro to go long. Seem like my weed been lifting weights, this shit here too strong. Gas got me coughing, but no COVID shit. I got everything I want, call me Richie Rich. Bitch, I'm super hot, I might need a cooling kit. You might catch me in the sewer, bitch, cause I'm the shit. We get money just like really, nigga. Counting all these bands, I go silly, nigga. Spending all this money till I'm dizzy, nigga. And when it comes to getting money, we get busy, nigga. I'ma make it rain if she twerk something. When we hit the room, we gon' shake something. When we hit the room, she gon' shake something. 99 plus 1, I keep the shit 100.
Boy, you wrong, you got your baby mama on child support. Look, gallery department up and down, watch me style in court. Look, gallery department on my son, watch my child in court. Give me my money, give me my funds, watch me smile in court. Yeah, I'm smiling, showing my two fists. Meantime, I got diamonds on my two fists. Meantime, I got diamonds on my two wrists. Getting a ball massage in court from my two misses. She gotta pay $700 a month. Ooh, 2 kisses. Her mama said, Genie, boy, you wrong. Boy, you too vicious. I say, your daughter ain't seen her son the last few Christmas. They call me Genie cause these hoes only get 2 wishes. Why?
We get money just like really, nigga. Counting all these bands, I go silly, nigga. Spending all this money till I'm dizzy, nigga. And when it comes to getting money, we get busy, nigga. I'ma make it rain if she twerk something. When we hit the room, we gon' shake something. When we hit the room, she gon' shake something. 99 plus 1, I keep the shit 100.
Peace. That was Eating Greedy. And my OG, that Shake Something. Before that, it was Cali for the whole state. Get to the bag. Before that, my OG, I already know, man. OPP, no PP. On all platforms, man. Go check that out. Lotus,
right.
what to do, brother? What's happening, man?
Oh, man, it's all good, family. You know, we're out here once again in the good old Las Vegas, Nevada, giving everybody that information that they might have heard a little bit, but you're going to hear a lot of stuff you haven't heard and give you some direction and guidance. You know, we're going to be on solutions, but it's now when we really deal with a lot of this stuff. Other than that, man, it's good in the hood out here. A little hot, but you know, nothing wrong with a little heat. Gotta love it. What's good with you, good brother? Supreme.
All is well, man. Glad you made it off the road safe, man. You know, we had a little traffic, man, but you know how it is, man. Just set us back a little bit, man. But we're gonna get to it, man. We're gonna get right to this thing, man. we talk about, see Libra Sun, the God is in the building. Peace of the God, man. Yeah, man. Like we were saying, man. Wanted to let a few more people get in before we get started. So just kind of wanted to give a little background on on this before we get into it, right? A lot of times when we talk about being conscious, right? It's about being aware, knowing your surroundings, knowing your present, your past, and your future. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what's happening. You know what I mean? So definitely knowing your past helps you to correctly knowing your past, knowing who you were. Can help you to who you are now today and who you're going to be in the future. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that is shaped through socialization, through school, church and school is a big part of what we're going to be talking about tonight. How they merged the spiritual system and the education system, made them one and the same. You know what I'm saying? And even you still see today, you have religious universities still to today. You know what I'm saying? Religious kindergarten, whatever. Well, that's the origin of it. But we're going to get back to that. So, see, Gretchen's in the building. Shout out to Gretchen. I'll say shout out to everybody, man, that come through and hold us down, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. So Lotus, basically when we're talking about this education, the education, the miseducation, you know what I'm saying? Lauryn Hill had the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Well, that was a spinoff of the miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson, right? Now, everybody knows that there's a miseducation of the Negro, but it's actually a little bit more sinister than that. It's a miseducation of everybody. It's a part of the socialization. It's a part of, like what we like to say, acts of war. And these acts of war are continually happening. Now, it don't always have to be a shot or a slash of a sword, anything like that. It's a little bit more sinister when we're talking about the pen is mightier than the sword. And that's we're going to show you how sinister that is and how they can wipe out millions of people with the stroke of a pen. See what I'm saying? And so y'all know we talk a lot of times with people who are real educated, right? Or real indoctrinated is what we like to say, right? So they believe everything. They believe the cover stories. They believe everything, right? So I wanted to get, before we get started, just kind of wanted to break down. Rain Alexander's in the building. Peace to the God, man. What's up, bro? We got to definitely tap in, man. Which, maybe after this live stream, you got something going on, man. We have to definitely get in the studio, man. We got Lotus in the town. See what's cracking with you, bro. So Lotus, going back to the education system, right? A lot of us, that we're sent to school, right? They say, hey, go to school, get the best grades, listen to the teacher. You get in trouble if you don't listen to the teacher, right? And they're teaching you compliance and all these different things. Well, like I said, the words and the spells and the things that they are painting, the picture that they're painting, it breeds inferiority. It breeds illusory and the things that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? So the mind is the most important thing. They said, what about the mind's a terrible thing to waste? Well, guess what? They understand mind manipulation, mind control, and being able to use these different institutions, so to speak, from the school, the religious institutions, and all other institutions are wrapped and tied into those institutions. So this is a socialization and things that happen. So you get same people that can have the same books, the same education, but this education, right, suits the people who created it, right, for them, right? Give you a perfect example, right? Say, for instance, well, not for instance, we have allowed other people to come into America, right? But let's just say 200 years ago, and I'm being specific, Chinese people, right, from China, right, came to America, right, through the West Coast, couple hundred years ago, right? And they said, hey, okay, we welcome them friendly because we have been trading with them for a long time. So people got relations, you know, you know what I'm saying? We've set up languages that we can speak to them, blah, 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 right? So they come here, they come to America, right? 200 years ago. And 150 years ago, we allowed them to start setting up shop, right? 100 years, we allowed them, now they're setting up shop, right? But now you have Chinese schools, right, in America, teaching and speaking Chinese to their people first, right? Well, guess what? They're doing that right now today. They have Saturday schools, right? They have Saturday Chinese schools or whatever, and they teaching their people about their culture in China. They still teach them their language or whatever, so they keep their language intact. But I'm just saying that they did this 200 years ago, right? Or 150 years ago, 100 years ago, when they say that they set up the school system here in America, right? Now, what if today, because the Chinese set this up 200 years ago, 150 years ago, 100 years ago, right, that these people now control the school board. And now Chinese, right, and Chinese history, Chinese dominance, Chinese supremacy, right, is being woven into the educational system for us here in America. Y'all follow me? And they say, well, shit, these niggas ain't gonna learn Chinese. So let's mix their language, right? The Californians, whatever, right? The people that they contacted with, they created another language, right? And they make that language the language of conquest, the language of oppression, the language of changing, of manipulation, of domination, of supremacy. Are you following me, Lotus?
Oh, yeah. Conquistadors.
And a lot of times, y'all, we're going to be reading stuff. We're going to be going over stuff that we're going to have to correct, okay? Because it doesn't make sense. When they're trying, like, you know how you tell a lie and you got to try to, that means you got to keep lying. Truth is the same thing. It's the same truth. It's going to keep being the truth. It's not going to stop being the truth. It's going to just keep being the truth, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to give some background to what we're saying right now, because there can be some people around here that new or whatever don't understand about what we're talking about. Etum. Now, shout out to the guy, A1. A1 was going back and forth with some clowns the other day, and he pulled up the word Etum. I think we need to pull that up and break that down real fast for the people.
Yes, that's right, man. Busting it out
Dario
right
Quintez is in the building. Peace to the guy. Yeah, man, we about to get into it, y'all, man. Like I said, sorry for the delay, man. We definitely gonna hold y'all down, man, for people that supported before the live stream. So we wanted to definitely we're gonna be reaching out to you guys individually and through emails and things of that nature. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah. So y'all know who y'all are. Peace to the guys, man. We definitely appreciate everybody holding us down, man. Like I said, we're gonna present some stuff. Like I said, you know, and this whole concept, this conversation is about solutions. Because a lot of times we hear a lot of talk, but we don't hear no goddamn solutions. It's just basically, to me, it's about a bunch of fucking crying, as opposed to saying, okay, here's the fucking solutions, right? So back to what we're saying, though, when we point out, right, because you're awake, you're woke, you're conscious, you're aware, right, of right, of course, right? But with that being said, people still fall asleep after they said that they understand these things. They understand that the school system is miseducating our people. Now, when Carter G. Woodson put that out, that was a long time ago. And people like to say that Carter G. Woodson went against his oath that he took.
Yes, he
did. I gotta keep in mind.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, well, yeah.
Talk to him.
Hey, Carter G. Woodson is, look, you got your Marcus Garvey, you got your Booker T. Coleman, but Carter G. Woodson is not someone they're going to put up as that high and held in high regard. because he did go against that system. You know, that system that was the worst thing that was ever put upon us. You know, that's the system, as they say, the chains that were put on our brains and our minds. It's far worse than any any chain that was put on our wrist. And it's true.
Facts.
It is true. It's very
Super
true.
facts.
You get into a person's, I'm gonna use these certain words, so everyone can have understand. When you create a system and people are following it, and this is your system, and they know it's your system that you created, there's a spiritual indwelling in a person that feeds off of that energy. All right. So your soul, your spirit, and all that good stuff that's connected to that which is your indwelling inside you that makes you, is a part of you is now attached to that. So as time passes, you start becoming what you believe and acting upon those standards of what you were taught by somebody else other than yourself, or you're indwelling to whatever connection you have. It can cause you to have issue with your own parents. Could you imagine the first ones receiving that as children and going home and having to listen to their parents and feeling, why should I respect my parent? Because my parent is not on this level of understanding of what I am following and putting my all or giving my all to. It's very important that we understand that, and take information that we gather and take it in a certain way. You have to you have to realize that you're learning something, you're believing it, but in your psyche, it's like this stuff is it affects you physically, emotionally, psychologically, always possible. That's what everything, as you get older, most of us in our age, we have this wisdom where we've learned from something. And even though you're learning that wisdom, and within that wisdom, you still have this bubble of understanding that's still inside of something that's not originally to you or connected to your genetic memory, to give some insight to that. A good brother Cheek. So that's very important, like you said.
That's a fact. So something you said that was interesting about genetic memory. A lot of times, I hear something, you be like, this don't feel right. You know what I'm saying? So when we were sent to these schools, right, from preschool, kindergarten, all the way up to universities and things of that nature, and even postgraduate studies and things of that nature, right? That was a thing of pride. And we talk about the talented 10, and we talk about Dubois and all these people. Well, then the Cosby Show is just an extension of Dubois and the talented 10 percenters. And that was the standard of what, right? That's the standard of success, to go to their universities, their prestigious universities, and build their shit up. Okay? Now, I don't think the chess club built Alabama or USC.
That's right.
Okay? All right? The Aggies in College Station, I don't think that the chess club or the mathematic club built that. You understand what I'm saying? So let's be clear. So when we're talking about time periods coming from, a lot of times they like to apply their modern standards or the European standards to time periods that didn't exist. So we're going to be pointing a lot of this stuff out when we're listening to these cover stories. So I like to say, man, when we're going over this stuff, it's like deciphering through a bunch of dookie and picking the jewels out the goddamn dookie, y'all. So this is what we're doing. Wikipedia sucks. Etymology, everything sucks, but you have to have discernment. And that's what this is about in your research, taking your research to the next level. But we have to start in the beginning, because that's where they got us at, in kindergarten, in Indian schools. So that's where I'm going to be starting from today, talking about that. But I wanted to get to etym, the importance of knowing the origin of words and the meaning of these words, because we're going to be talking about some words. And because we didn't do the show the other night, we're just going to go ahead and push the Maroons, Cimarroons, and Seminoles in here, right? And that'll be the example, right, y'all, for the etym, You know what I mean? Now I know a lot of y'all already know this, but once again, a lot of other people are gonna be watching this. We're gonna have to edit and, you know, obviously put this out the right way. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say the right way, but you guys are getting the raw, uncut version. You know what I'm saying? You guys are gonna be seeing some stuff first that nobody's seen. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be seeing a lot of stuff tonight. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited for the community. I'm excited for all my partners. These guys are really geniuses, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Gretchen, Tasco, the CEO, Libra son. Y'all don't see Ty Data. We just got geniuses everywhere. Y'all already know this guy right here. Jason Voorhees, aka Lotus Television. I don't know, y'all. Like, people be like, I'm like, nah, y'all don't know. This guy right here is he be going other places, man, with the information, man, you know. And like I said, the truth is unpopular. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna cover a lot of truth tonight. So can you go into the Etum?
Oh yeah.
Think I can see it. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So the Etum, you know, a word or morpheme from which a later word is derived. Now, once that's established, I mean, just there in the noun alone, that establishes quotation. They both derive from the same etymon. So that means there's two words later on down the road that when you get to the root of it, when you get to the source, the provenance, the fountainhead, the wellspring, all of these things, the basis, cause, the ancestry, descent, genealogy, there's no way around it. This is the source of that etymon, which is the word. So whatever word we are using, always stick to the etymon. You know, anytime someone tells you, don't worry about that word, this is what we call today. That is the spell being put upon you. Etymon, this word etymon holds some type of something of what it needs to be fully understood. And that's why when you have the synonyms, which will tie you back to Roget Thesaurus, to showing you what this word is attached to and all the things that follow behind this word. When it comes to this type of word, there's no way around it. So anytime, again, I have to say this again, somebody tells you, it doesn't matter if you call yourself black or whatever it meant 70 years ago, it don't matter. Black power, blackity black. That's what it means right now. That's what it means today. It goes so far to where people are saying good morning. Morning is a negative thing. People are saying nice to meet you. Nice is a negative thing. Goodbye. All these different phrases, these phrases and sayings that we are saying are putting spells. So when you go back to the etymon, you get to the source of the spell. You can tell that person who was saying whatever word, Indian, black, you name it, African, just the simple words. You can stop them from putting the word spell on you in the conversation. Always knock it dead in the tracks when you're dealing with this. Not to be giving out, I'm feeling like I'm getting to a dictator, but when it comes to the etymon, you see the word origin in etymology. So stick to these whenever you're reading something. Keep in mind there's an etymology or etymon behind it. I often told people about 5 years ago that I shouldn't buy a book and read the information out of it. And they're like, why? Because they're going to say, no matter how many words they say, the words are found in a dictionary. Why am I going to read their book when I could just go read the dictionary? It took me years after that to understand that many people in the last 100 years understood the etymon. So they have written books in certain formatting codes where you pull the etymon out and a person's whole paragraph can mean a whole story in itself. And this is what they don't want you looking into, especially when you're reading anything that was printed in the 19th century. The minds of those that were holding those printing hold and writing that stuff, These were people who didn't have all the bombardments of whatever you can think of in the air or in the food and the water or whatever. Living 90 to 120 years was normal. So when we're thinking of the mind state, the mind, the free thought, the free thinking, not bombarded by the driving the cars, the technology, the TV, the radio, when your mind is completely set on living and focused on agrarian culture and trade and barter, your mind and the way you're functioning is in tune to your surroundings in such a greater way. Many might be in tune to it, but this will get back to the origin of these books in the 19th century. And when you read them and dig into them and use a thesaurus, you can really pull out the coding. That's what I wanted to get at about the etymon as well. When you dig into the etymology, that's why these words, maroon, brown, you know the rest of them. Crayon, was it Indian red? These colors and the things that they're connected to. When you go back to the etymon and you think of the people in the 19th century who wrote this stuff, wrote these things down, printed them or whatever, the connection that you have to yourself. So you can just read a paragraph of something and you're like, yeah, man, they were saying they were Indians, but when you're reading it in told, it's really connecting you to what the person is, putting out. And then once you look at it from an etymon point of view, each word in that paragraph, you're gonna graph it together. You're gonna decrypt it. You'll decrypt a paragraph and a sentence so much better. This is how Supreme Chief Holiday is able to say, nah, that's wrong. Immediate, nah, it's because the etymon and the format of it exposes itself. And you'll always be able to knock anyone out of the park that has some information is wrong once you stick to that etymon. And it's very important. A lot of people will tell you now, if you're in conflict or any, which is, it's not so much as important. But if you are having discourse with someone that's a family or you hold dear to your heart and you really care to explain this stuff and they're not getting it, it's good to take those baby steps, back to, the Rosette Thesaurus, because that's the way you pull these words out without using a computer. If you go beyond that in a person with the etymology and they want to really dig into the words, and then you pull up books together, you can really, figure some things out in some writing. Just explaining the codes, I had to explain the codes that are written in the 19th century books. It's very important that we, read it and understand it. So anytime you see something now, you won't even waste your time arguing with someone. You'll be like, man, that's fake. That's not real. They want it to be explained to them, be taught to them. That's up to you. But from that point on, you know that it's a dead conversation. And I see many go back and forth with people which are dead conversations. These are straw man conversations. I don't want to get all into the scholastic stuff yet. But, just breaking it in for the family, breaking it in for them. Yeah, Chief, the etymology and etymon for me, it's been adrenaline rush, just figuring out the source of the word. When I was in college, I carried a little pocket dictionary where it can rhyme words and do all this extra stuff. So that helped me in college get an understanding of the words as well. I suggest some people, they got apps like that on your phones where you can pull this stuff up just to make it easier, for yourself. Not so much as to prove someone wrong. This can also help you in your business. Going to fill out a job application, going to an interview, business proposals, trying to, this having the state of mind will help you move about in circles. Like you can move about middle and upper class groups without having to be a part of their weirdo stuff or nasty stuff. But just because you can have a conversation with them on a level like that, they'll know that you're on basically you can move with the movers and shakers without moving and shaking like they do if you apply this information and knowledge of etymology and the etymology. But when we get into the etymology, it's the study of the origin of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history. So there, the decline of etymology as a linguistic discipline. You see, there's conflict in the education system. The origin of the word and the historical development of its meaning. So they're separating the origin of the word from the historical development of its meaning. The etymology of the word devil. See, and you have to dig into the word devil. You're going to find all kind of confusing stuff. So what happens is etymology will tie back to the synonyms of the derivation, development, origin, and source. Notice the etymon it's the source of it all. So no matter when you go to all those other words that are connected, all to the other synonyms connected to the etymon, you're going to run into the words that are connecting it. Well, they're going to have a connection, similarity within words. But that's just to give a full understanding. Many people can go further, but from there, that gives you the opportunity to take it further, digging into etymon and the synonyms that are connected to it. Good, Chief, man. Let me pull this back up. I don't want to move too fast. That's why I'm repeating myself a little bit. So this word to make it a little easier for understanding, and we're going to go right back to etymon. Derivation. Good. See, I said it the wrong way. Derivation. So when someone's having this conversation with you, this is kind of a scholastic stab back. So what you'll say is, derivation. Oh, that's a derivation. You'll know what type of level they're on. You'll know what scholastic level, or if they're just intellectual masturbators or intellectual. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna say the other one. So you'll know the difference between a person when you're having a conversation, and this is the obtaining or developing of something from a source or origin. So it's gonna get into all kind of stuff. Induction, deduction, deducing, inferring, inference, gathering, gleaning. So let's get back to the etymon. And it's interesting, Chief. Why is it that they don't like us dealing with the etymon? What is it that's so bothering to them?
They don't like the origin. They don't like what else it says here. They don't like the source, the root, the providence, the fountainhead, the wellspring, the origin, the beginning, the foundation, the basis, a cause of nothing. They just want the cover story. That's what's interesting to me. They just want the cover story. I think that's pretty foul of them. They said, no, we're talking about history, but then they want to talk about the modern terms that didn't exist. So when we're going through the stuff that we're going through, y'all, just keep that in the back of mind. We're going to be pointing that out, that these people are writing stuff and putting in the history. Now, these guys always doing this, especially the pan-boo-boos. They love to pull up documents and be like, oh, it's a free African society, and it's written in 1997, typed all up in modern English and stuff. So that's not from the 1700s. Automatically from the words that they're using, like African and African American, Native American. These are key terms that we're going to be talking about tonight. So, yeah. So I think we have to always want to know the source and the origin of words as opposed to just going with the cover story. And I think the people that do that you're not even a scholar. You're like a robot. You're a slave. You understand what I'm saying? So you're just there to be a drone and to be indoctrinated. So this is what this lecture is about today, is about breaking down this stuff. So that it was important for us to definitely get into the etum, because we're going to get into the etum of the word maroon. Okay? We're going to get into the etim of the word maroon. Hold on one second. I don't know if you got it pulled up right now, but I got maroon, noun, y'all. Quote, very dark or crimson color, right? That's 1791, maroni, from French color, maroon, right? The color of maroon, chestnut. So y'all know what a chestnut look like, right? It's brown, dark brown. The large sweet chestnut of Southern Europe. Maroon is the sense was used in English from 1590s. Okay. From the dialect of Lyons, ultimately from a word in a pre-Roman language, perhaps Ligurian, or from Greek maroon, sweet chestnut, right? Now, I like when they be saying perhaps and maybe, right? So these people supposed to be giving you some stuff, but what they're doing is they're hiding stuff. They're hiding stuff in what they're saying. Pre-Roman languages. Well, that could be a whole bunch of shit that predates that. See what I'm saying? So then they always try to take stuff back to Greeks. So once again, these people are taking credit. The Greeks are always taking credit for language, math, and science around the globe. So we're going to debunk that today. Okay. We're going to debunk all this bullshit today. What you got, bro? So I just wanted to know the noun of this is not a runaway slave. Okay. I'm gonna say this again. It's not the noun. We're only talking about noun. We're not talking about an action or things that have changed after that, right? Because when we get to the maroon, the verb, it says put ashore on a desolate island or coast. Like you were marooned, like Gilligan Islands. Gilligan was maroons, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Only in the actions and the things that happen, but not in their color. So if they would have been talking about the color of these people, they would have been very dark. When they said red, red is ruddy, brown, okay? Very dark red is brown, maroon. Y'all remember that crayon Indian red? Okay, maroon. Maroon is brown in Spanish, y'all. So the verb, which is changed later, right? Put ashore by way of punishment, like you were marooned. Now, the noun is 1500s. The verb is 1700s. So things are starting to change. Mm-hmm. Implied in marooning, earlier to be lost in the wild is 1690. From maroon, right? Fugitive black slave living in the wilder parts of Dutch Guyana and Jamaica and other West Indies islands. That's 1660. Okay. Now, once the Spanish, because the Spanish would have been, they'd been like, oh, they're maroons, right? But once the British came in there, or whatever, they changed maroons and changed the definition of it. Okay. So it says earlier, Cimarron, that's Symeron, 1620s, from French maroon or Cimarron, Simarron, said to be of corruption of Spanish Cimarron, which is Cimmaron, quote, wild, untamed, unruly, fugitive, end quote, as the Cuban Negro Cimarron, a fugitive black slave. Now, once again, you got to dodge remember we're picking jewels out the dookie. Okay, it's full of shit right here, right? But we gotta pluck out of here, right? So these people, right, are now taking the descriptive term of the Spanish, and now once the British or the Dutch and the British are the same people. Deutsch, Germans, when they have a different descriptive term, and they took maroons and turned it into cimarrones. Okay, cimarrones, wild, untamed, unruly, fugitive. Okay, we're gonna keep going. This is from Old Spanish Cimara. Sir, can you please tell the people what the fuck is Old Spanish?
Man, I was just thinking, who came up with that phrase? Old Spanish. Man, I need that link. Man, what are you reading from? I need to pull that up. Old Spanish? That's worse than.
I'm in the etymology online.
Oh, okay,
yeah, go to etymology online and then go to maroon real fast. Right. I thought you had it up. I was just reading up here.
Yeah, let me get it right.
Y'all got to see this, man. So we'll be like, oh, yo, you're just making shit up. Nah, they making shit up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm like, man, why can't I pull up my etymology online? I'm pushing the wrong one. All right. Old Spanish that they lost their mind, man. That's where the flags come up. That's where the flags come up, because one who knows, you get the butterfly, you get the gut feeling. That's that genetic memory kicking in.
Your spider sense be tingling. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. That's right. All right. Hey, I got it. Can you see it?
Hold on.
Nope. Hold on. Gotta make sure y'all get this, man. There we go. Okay, I'm at the noun. Can you see it, Chief? I want to get to the part here.
Yep.
There you go. All right. Let's bust
Keep going.
Down, Becky.
or you can start from there. You want to? You know what I'm saying? It's up to you. Let people see it. You know what I mean? You can just let them see it.
Yeah. So maroon is very dark red or crimson color, and that's a 1791 marrone. Yeah. From French, couleur marron, the color of a marron chestnut. We all know the color of that. The large sweet chestnut of Southern Europe. Maroon in that sense was used in English from 1590s. All right, from the dialect of Lyons, ultimately from a word in a pre-Roman language. Oh man, that's going way back. Perhaps Ligurian, or from Greek maroon, sweet chestnut. Ligurian. I remember that one. Maroon in the verb, it says put ashore on a desolate island or coast. You already know Chief was playing. That's Gilligan Island in them. You know, so I don't know how no babies came out of the TV show when there's maroon on that island. But hey, by the way, of punishment, 1724, implied in marooning, early to be the lost in the wild. All right. From maroon, noun, fugitive, black slave living in the wilder parts of Dutch Guyana or Jamaica and other West Indies islands. How the hell they get that in there? Hey, Chief, you gotta remind me of that one, man. How did they slide that one up in there? How did they slide that in there, man? That's ridiculous. Hold on. Yeah, they need some explaining. Yeah, you're right. There's some explaining needed for this one. It's Dutch Guyana and Jamaica, huh? And other West Indies. So earlier, cimarron, from French maroon and cimarron, said to be a corruption of Spanish cimarron, wild, untamed, unruly, fugitive. You know, that's very interesting titles right there. as in Cuban Negro Cimarron, a fugitive black slave. See how, hey, Chief, that's wild, man. They're really sliding in slave, and now they done slid the word black in, and they got black. They basically Negroes black and Cimarron is slave, huh? They lost their minds on this. I see what you were saying, and this is from Old Spanish, which I don't know how the hell the Spanish get old. Cimara, ticket. So in Old Spanish, it means ticket. So I guess they punched their ticket on the good old Kunta slave boat. That's very interesting. So which is probably from Sima, summit top, which is very interesting. On the way here, there's an area called Sima. The summit top from Latin Sima, sprout, and the notion is of living wild in the mountains. Related maroon, living wild in the mountains. Hey, that's deep. So when it comes to the verb, basically, to distort the mind and the etymon. So this is the word spell being put upon the word maroon. So they've taken it from all these things. These things are good. They've been shipwrecked. Well, who were the people who sailed the boats and rowed the boats gently down the streams? That was us and our people. I personally know that. That's personally connected to my bloodline. So we have this part where Dutch is mentioned. This whole sentence right here is utterly insulting. Wilder parts. How is there a wilder part? What makes a part not wild? I would definitely want to see this translation in the only language. It says Dutch, but the only language mentioned is French and Spanish. This is that the linguistic part about this. If you look at these, if you can, I wish I could highlight them separately. Look at the languages. You have Dutch, which can't really say that's a language. But then you have French, Spanish, and Latin. Those are dead giveaways. Dead giveaways that there's something funny about who put this together. And then, I would definitely need to know who put this and what was the source of this. See, that's the verb. They get real tricky when it comes to verbs. This is place of noun. Oh, man. All right, so that's it. Let me get down to where you were left off at. That's Cimarron, Bighorn, Rocky Mountain sheep. Anyone, if you ever had the chance of speaking to a mountaineer or can speak to a mountaineer, even if they're Canadian mountaineer, no matter who they are, they have some information about this land, and they hold it because no one gives a damn about talking to a mountaineer. So, Bighorn, Rocky Mountain sheep, 1850, from American Spanish. How the hell is there American Spanish? From an adjective, literally, wild, unruly. So basically, these are the wild, unruly, what you could say, Indians, the wild, unruly Aboriginals. And they want to slide in the word slave. If they were wild and unruly, untamed, runaway, and all this, you can't call them a slave because they weren't going for it. So, hey, look at this. I want everybody to. Hey, Chief, can you see this? So there's a conflict. There's a conflict here. Here we have a problem because we just read maroon and verb, but now we have connected to the etymology, the word Seminole is brought up. When we see Seminole, it says 1763 from Creek Muskogee, Seminole Lee. So Seminole Lee. Earlier Simalo Ni. So Simalo Ni. Wild, untamed, runaway from American Spanish Cimarron. So they took the word we see here now, Seminole Lee. Now it's not giving me the the diacritical or the other type of mark impression for this. So Seminole Lee, and then we have Simalo Ni being connected to maroon. So yeah, this is something that it does take some serious correcting and take some serious research. And so, that's what we're doing here for you, brothers and sisters of the feather. We see here that it takes you back to maroon, and they make sure you understand it's the verb. And it says they fought wars against U.S. troops from 1817 to 1818 and 1835 to 1842, after which they largely were removed to Indian Territory, Oklahoma. So if you hear anybody talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma being descendants of some slaves, that's a damn lie. We see here that maroon is also connected to the color red. It was beautiful that we went over this and we get to go and really dig into this again, because now you see French, you see Spanish, you see Latin. Now we have a word connected to High German, as mentioned earlier, the ruti in German. So we see in the red, the color red pigment, rootiness, red wine, and that's mid 13th century from red to adjective. Compare old High German, roti, German Roth. Redness, red from adjective in German. So, okay. Red is one of the most general color names and embraces colors ranging in hue from rose, aniline, to scarlet iodine. Oh. Iodide. I guess. That must have been my pronunciation memory kicking in. Iodide of mercury and red lead. So this going to all the other stuff, Chief, that's connected to it. Even about purple, it's called crimson.
I do it.
I see you, Chief.
No, it's all good. You going in. Do your thing. Well, I just wanted to say once again, they're crossing stuff up because Rudy is brown in German. So Rudy, like the Washington Rudy skins. Once again, red is a lighter shade of brown. So maroon, they had maroon colonies from Florida to Canada, okay? According to the Spanish archive. You understand? Maroon cities. I mean, they were the descriptive term of the people, brown people, okay? Seminole is a made-up term which they created. Once again, hey, we're gonna play that video. Let's do that. Just a clip of it, just a little bit of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Seminole John? Yeah, let's get into that one because I think it'll kind of explain what we're trying to do right now.
All right, you gotta tell me which one. Hold on, Chief.
I'm gonna go find and send it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's interesting. I remember we went over this before, but that's why information has to be consistently read and consistently, investigated. I remember this. Like even the name Seminole coming from Seminole and Simaloni. And when it's like this, Simaloni, like a pause. Simaloni. Yeah, there you go. Simaloni. Simaloni. There you go. You got to close your mouth and open your mouth back up as you say ni. And this is a Creek word, Muskogee. Muskogee. And I'm pretty sure that's not the original words, but you see here, even for the name Seminole, we got the original right here. And that means that we can tie this into Maroon, that when they talked about Maroon, where they're saying runaway slaves, so-called captives from Africa, that they're really talking about the Muskogean Creek Seminole, which is Simanoli or Simaloni. Let me see if I got that video.
Which just means brown, but they have changed it to runaway slaves. So you have a whole tribe named runaway slaves, right?
Right.
That doesn't make sense. That's dumb. See what I'm saying?
That's what I was saying earlier when I'm reading it. I'm like, man, this is conflicting each other in itself. And it's like, damn, do they think that people are going to catch on to this as it's being put online, that they're going to see that there's some conflict? I think not, you know. And it's a good thing that we can put this out. So, you know, now for everyone who sees this, they won't have to stumble upon it. You get right to the meat potato. Like, look, y'all, they trying to say a Seminole people, our Seminole tribe out here in America were runaway slaves. Instead of just being respectful and calling them by their name, they put all this crap in there. So this is also why you should definitely not trust the people in the educational system putting this crap together. They obviously do not want you to see yourself as the hero in any of these stories that they're putting out.
Hey.
All right, let me see what I got here. Send it to my text or my email? Oh, probably still looking for it. Oh, no, I see what's going on. Hold on real quick, man. I had to reload the page. Okay. Let's see what else slid in here on the slave part. And the etymology on this, when it gets to that verb, is ridiculous. Now point you everywhere else. But obviously, Seminole is a real etymology. Obviously. And then they're going to tell us that definition is wild and tame runaway. That's just very insulting. So, all right, man, as we wait for this video. Ooh, man, I'm not going to be able to pull it up like that. You there, Chief?
Yeah, I'm still looking for the video, man. Hold on one second.
I might be able to find it. Oh, no. I'm going to wait for you to send it to me. Let me slide something up in here Poor man can't help him listening to Pants and Pouts in the background.
OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she key. All eyes on me, bitch. GTV. Yeah, go get it, gang, bitch. GGG. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Top tier talent, bitch. TTT. Who am I? Daddy Dope Dick. DDD. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, the hoe see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lady.
All right. Hey, Rick. Oh, man. Yeah, I love that OPP. Let me find that Shake 'ems. Shake 'em yams. Yeah. Okay. Let's pull this up real quick. And before I start digging in some stuff, we'll get to this. Here we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens when we dig into this word this way. Come on. Oh, they snatched me up out of there. Okay, come on. Let's see, y'all. Let's see what's going on here. That's a damn shame. And that's all they put? Okay. So that's sad, Chief. You see this, man? So when you pull up Seminole on, you decided to click on the. When you see Seminole, that's all they give you. That's it. They say wild and tame, run away. That's it. All right, let me get this video.
Yo. Peace to all American Aborigines. Hey man, we got a premiere going on tonight, y'all. I can't wait to show y'all this, man. We're really excited. Getting into this Seminole thing, y'all. We got a lot to talk about tonight, y'all. So hope y'all bear with us. Hope you get some popcorn, get your shit together, man. We got a lot of work to do. We definitely gonna get your money's worth. You know what I'm saying? This is brain surgery. This is not easy work. Because if it was easy, then we would have been out this situation a long time ago. This is not easy. It's when we're talking about psychological warfare, and we're talking about germ warfare, and all the things that they're doing, spiritual warfare, and all the stuff that they're doing. They take your symbols. They take everything. and they use it against you, and they help you get you to participate in your own demise. And this is what we're talking about tonight. The education system is one of the main instruments that they're using against us in this psychological warfare. He did get the video right, Lotus. No, this ain't it. Damn it. This ain't it, though, Joe. This is not it. Damn it, yo. Go ahead and get the brother some love, though. Okay.
So that's the wrong one? Wrong video? You sure? Play it?
Yeah, go ahead.
On this video, because you saw the title. Well, baby, you in for a treat today. That's right. I hope you ready, baby. I hope you ready, baby. How y'all doing out there? Top of the morning, good afternoon, good evening. Shalom, shalom to all of my brothers and sisters. How y'all doing out there? What's going on? I'm so glad to have my brothers and sisters in the building with me today. And as you can see by the title, got excellent news for you guys today. Shout out to all of my Black Americans out there, my so-called Black Americans, okay? You are the Aboriginal American. You are the real American Indian. Black man and black woman, copper-colored people, Negroes that are here in North America. You are indigenous to this land. That's right. And that's going to make a lot of people angry. Do I look like I care? Because I don't. I only care about my brothers and sisters. Shout out to you guys out there. Shout out to all my Black Americans. You are the Aboriginal of America. You are the real American. You are the real Mexican. You are the real Indian. You are an Aboriginal. I know many of y'all may have never heard that before. Maybe some of you have, okay? There is no such thing as a black person. You are not an African American. You are not from Africa. Africa is the name of a European invader, okay? Leo Scipius Africanus, to be exact, okay? But today, we focusing on you, black man, okay? Black woman and child. Much love to you guys. I love you guys. You North American Negroes. You are the Aboriginal American. You are the Native American Indian. That's you. Your history and story has been hijacked. It's a shame what the colonizer has done to us. One power. We are one nation, you guys. You guys, I like that. I got to play that back one more again. You guys, the first thing I got to say, shout out to all of my so-called black people out there who are in America, okay? You've always been told that you're black. You've been told that you're a Negro. Those things don't exist, okay? You are the real Aboriginal American Indian. You are the real Native American Indian. The European terrorist / colonizer stole your identity. He hijacked your culture just like he does everything, okay? And he has convinced you that you are from Africa. And one of the main reasons he did that is so that he can lay claim to your land. Black people walking around here in America, this is your land. Why you think whenever you ask grandma and granddad and great-grandma and great-granddad any old stories about being out of Africa, all of them say the same thing. I'm from right here. You know why? Because you are from right here. America is yours. You are the real American. You are the real Mexican. You are the real Indian. Look, you are the Aztecs. You are the Olmecs. You are the Inca and the Maya. They've convinced all of us that these people just vanished and don't nobody know where they at. They're walking around the ghettos and slums of America right now. The Inca, the Maya, the real Mexicans, the real Indians walking around New York, D.C., Detroit, Mississippi, California, okay, Maryland, Wyoming, Nebraska. The whole entire America belongs to you so-called Negroes out there, okay? Our country, our whole identity has been hijacked because of European invaders. Up right here, okay? You're not black. You're not an American. You're not any of these names are all bywords. What your true name is Israel.
Hey, peace and shalom to that brother right there.
You had to stop playing him, man. He's all over the place. He said Scipio Africanus and Israel. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pulling up right now. It was acting up a little. I got it up now.
But yeah, so we about to get into this. We were getting into the etymology of the Seminole. You know what I mean? So we kind of wanted to or the etymology of maroon, how it morphed into Seminole, how these people control. If you create the tribe, you create the group, you control it. And these groups are not the origin. It's not the etem of us. It's not the source of the original people of this land. And that's really what these conversations are about. You know what I'm saying? Tonight, like I said, we're going to be introducing, I want to say, I guess, event, this is an event that leads up to an event, you know what I'm saying? And what we're doing and things of that nature. So you guys are going to be the first to see it and first to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? You guys are part of this movie that we're shooting right now. So, you know what I mean? So I want to say shout out to everybody. Peace to you guys. We definitely appreciate all the support, man. Like I said, we're getting it together over here. You already know, man. The good shit always gotta. Let's see what we got in the chat room right now. See, Jan is in the building. Shout out to Jan. The jar's full. Okay. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. If you guys haven't checked out the Declaration of Reclamation, man, please check that out. And it really, it's on paper, man. It's published. Working on the 4th year of that coming up, man. So definitely proud of that document, man. Shout out to the guy, Lieberson, Todd Data. Nonetheless, a lot of people, man, that were integral, and Tribe Up and the things that we're doing. Tribe Up is not a channel or a slogan. It's you guys. It's the people, you know what I'm saying, that make up Tribe Up, make up what we're doing. So we definitely appreciate everybody, man. Declaration of Reclamation, man. Let us know whenever you're ready, bro. Let's go ahead and push play. Shout out to Real News Network.
We are black. We have black blood. We are counted every year for the money that they get for all the government programs, and they vote us out every year of those programs. In 2014, they cut us off our medical because we are black, and they say we have the wrong card. Well, I say, who gave us those cards? It's our nation, and they know we belong there. And those cards should be fixed if they need to be fixed, but they cut us off of our medical. We need our chief and all the administration to stop discriminating against their own people. We're here to fight and stand for our nation. We are Seminoles with black blood, and we are proud of it. And they have to accept it for what it is. It's against the Constitution of the United States of America, and it's also against the Constitution of Seminole Nation, and they're breaking their own laws. And we're here today because we're asking the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to help us in this cause, to help us come out and stand with us and investigate our nation for the problem that they're having right now with the blackness of our skin and the crook in our hair. We are Seminoles, and we will always be Seminoles. We were born Seminoles, we will die Seminoles, and we stand for Seminole Nation. We're asking the BIA to do their job and investigate Seminole Nation for discrimination.
Very powerful words there coming from Laetta Osborne Sampson, who was a member of the Seminole Nation Council from the Cesar Bruner Band. Welcome to Burn Down with Kim Brown, everybody. Happy holiday week to you here. And that clip from Laetta basically symbolizes the frustrations that many Black Native Americans feel towards their home nations, their Indian tribes, their native nations to which they belong, to which they were born in. They inherited this Native American heritage, and they still are experiencing discrimination, being treated as less than, citizenship being denied, benefits being denied, In today's program, we're going to talk about the double struggle of being Black and being Indigenous in America. And I think today is a super appropriate day to have that conversation. So I would like to bring in a great panel. I'm very excited about today's program, everybody. By the way, don't forget, go to Burn It Down with Kim Brown's YouTube channel and hit subscribe if you don't mind. This is where you're going to find these kinds of conversations right here, brought to you by The Real News. But I'd like to welcome our panel because this is a conversation that needs to be had often and repeatedly because there are oppressed and marginalized groups even within oppressed and marginalized groups, and Black Native Americans have had this experience for hundreds of years now. So let me welcome our panel. First of all, familiar face right here, the new co-host of the forthcoming program here on The Real News, Colonized News Hour. He's also an Indigenous activist and journalist. Johnny J is joining us today. We're also being joined today with Antonio Cosme. Antonio is a radical Indigenous economist and activist. He's also a beekeeper with Southwest Bee Detroit. He's an educator with the National Wildlife Federation and also a gardener with the Southwest Grows. He organized with the Detroit Indigenous Peoples Alliance and to end Columbus Day and to remove the Columbus statue in downtown Detroit. We're happy to have Antonio back on the program. And we're joined today also with Marilyn Vann. Marilyn is president of the Descendants of Freedmen of the Five Civilized Tribes Association and the African Indians of the Five Civilized Tribes Foundation. She was a litigant in the federal lawsuits Van v. Zimmer and Cherokee Nation v. Nash, which reaffirmed the 1866 treaty rights of Black Cherokee freedmen tribal members to retain their rights to tribal membership within the Cherokee Nation. Ms. Vann, she has a very extensive resume here. She and her organization continue to fight racism and apartheid perpetuated against persons of African ancestry who are members or descendants of members of the Five Civilized Tribes. So panel, thank you all so much for making time to talk about this important topic today. We appreciate you being here.
Oh, thanks for having us.
Happy to be here.
Wonderful.
I'm glad to be here.
Well, Marilyn, I'm so happy to have you here. You're joining us today from Oklahoma, and I think that's where I want us to begin this conversation. Many people, I don't think, are super familiar with the experience of Black Native Americans. If you could you give us sort of a brief history of how Black Native Americans came to be and the sort of discrimination that they have historically faced, not only from larger America, but within their native tribes, and what are some of those issues look like today?
Okay, the majority of the Blacks of the five tribes, and I'm talking about Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, and Seminole Nation, have received certain rights based on 1866 treaties, which are signed between those tribes and the government. Now, prior to that, the majority of the persons who were living in those tribal reservations prior to the Civil War with African ancestry were living as slaves. And some people find that hard to believe. But there are many public documents which prove that. Constitutions of tribes, such as the Cherokee Nation, which talk about slavery, which outline the discrimination against persons of African descent. The Creek Nation Tribal Code, the Choctaw Nation, Chickasaw Nation. I mean, it's clear that it is there. And as I said, these are public documents. Even and in those tribes, there were plantations. Black people, as I said, were enslaved. Now, that doesn't mean every person with African descent was a slave at the time of the Civil War. The majority of them were. There were some free Blacks that were legally living in the tribes. A few had citizenship even. But that's not the majority of the people. And it wasn't necessarily an easier slavery, especially when you talk about the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, than what was going on in the Deep South. Even the reason that these tribes joined the Confederacy was to keep Black people permanently enslaved. So when a white person had all kinds of rights to be able to come into different tribes, set up businesses, marry an Indian, all kinds of things that a Black person, a free Black person even, just wasn't allowed to do. Now, after the Civil War, again, you have these treaties, which in your Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole tribes, those tribes agreed to adopt the freedmen as citizens within the treaties. With the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribes, the people, it gave those tribes the option to adopt the freedmen. And if they did, they would receive funds from the United States government. So, that doesn't mean that after this, between Civil War and Oklahoma statehood, there was no discrimination at all. But there was still, some. A white person coming into the tribe still had better privileges, but things were certainly much better than in the Deep South, in the Indian tribes. But things really started getting off the trail again was when the U.S. government put more and more pressure on the tribes to divide the tribal lands, and so the men from DC came in. They used the tribal rolls, but instead of just registering people by families, they decided, well, we're going to use this blood quantum to determine when people's land would be sellable. So they decided if someone was a quarter blood, a half blood, of this and that and the other, things that Indian tribes across the country had never used. I mean, nobody sitting here has an American blood quantum. I mean, the whole thing would have been unheard of, unthought of. But, there's people that live and die, based on the number that's on a card. Well, almost all people of African descent in the tribes were listed on the freedmen sections of the Dawes rolls, which didn't list a blood quantum for them. It didn't mean that people didn't have Indian blood. It didn't mean there wasn't a tribal roll that said that they had Indian ancestry. But anyway, this is what the tribes are using now to register people. So when Oklahoma became a state, and Oklahoma was mostly people from the Deep South came to Oklahoma before statehood. Mostly invaders, people coming in here, sneaking in on land runs. They set up these Jim Crow laws and the Oklahoma Constitution that said anyone with a drop of African blood was legally a Negro, subject to Jim Crow laws. Anybody that had no African blood was legally white. So the tribes again began to shift, toward anti-Blackness. Now, I'll tell you, the tribes were not really functioning as governments, right after Oklahoma statehood. So nobody was being registered. The chief was being appointed. The tribal legislatures really were not meeting. But then you start coming into the 1970s, where the federal government begins to allow the tribes to exercise more sovereignty. There's laws passed. And so then when you start getting into later years, as the tribes get more wealth, there's movements to try to put the Blacks out. The problem started in the Cherokee Nation when the freedmen tribal members didn't want to vote for the chief at that time when he was running again, Ross Swimmer. So the way he decided to do, well, I'll just block these people from voting. In other tribes, like the Creek Nation, the chief, I think it was like 1979, the members of the tribe were going to get a large payment of money from the federal government. So, rather than share this with the freedmen, let's put them out here. So there was a constitution to put the people out. So, it's just been a fight ever since. With the Cherokees, as I said, there wasn't a tribal constitution that allowed them to put the freedmen out, but basically the freedmen were not being registered. They weren't being allowed to vote. And so ultimately this, there was litigation. I was a federal litigant. There were some lawsuits in tribal court. So then for a short period of time, there was some registration of freedmen, but the chief set up a movement. By this time, we have Chad Smith to put the freedmen out. He had an illegal petition, used tribal funds, tribal employees, all of this. Nobody said we're going to kick the NIG blank blank out publicly, but it was, these people, they're going to take all the money. They're going to use up the money. They're only interested in benefits. And the tribe is full of people who don't know anything about the treaties. They don't know anything about tribal history. Almost the vast majority of people are completely Caucasian looking in the tribe, not just the Cherokee Nation, the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations too. But as I said, there's been a lot of anti-Blackness. And and just to show the difference, there are other adopted classes of people in the Cherokee Nation. There was a band of Delaware and a band of Shawnee that were adopted in the tribe. It's back in the old country before the removal. There were quite a few Creek Indian people who received citizenship in the Cherokee Nation. There's never been a movement to throw any of those people out. Only the freedmen people. So so clearly it's a matter of color and people using a race card to gain and keep power. So that's a lot of what's, it's been going on. You get people, even though, for instance, it's not like what was going on in Mississippi, Alabama, where you had lynchings of people or, homes being, burnt down by somebody like the Klan. Not to say that there were Klan members who were members of Indian tribes, completely white-looking people in the 1920s and 30s. Some became Klan leaders here. But I'm just saying there wasn't that kind of violence. What's really been used in more modern times against the freedmen has been economic power. If you are a tribe that's getting billions of dollars a year from casinos and hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government to run programs, you can go and buy newspapers and put your truth out there. The federal government will pay for, your attorneys because you can get a grant from the Department of Justice to run a legal department. And so even though like in the Cherokee Nation, after about 17 years of litigation, we finally were able to get our rights reconfirmed by a federal judge, you still have some people running departments or the like that they don't want the freedmen there. They may slow down a freedman person getting a benefit or a service, although that's not something that Mr. Hoskin or Mr. Baker, who is the former chief, something that they support. But the bottom line is there's discrimination that's going on, and we were just talking. You showed something there about Leetta Osborne Sampson, a very close friend of mine. That is the Seminole Nation. They are, after losing a lawsuit about the freedmen, that what they decided to do is, well, we'll just reissue them cards, and put on the back, voting purposes only. They block the people from getting services. They try to get other tribes not to allow them to get services in their medical clinic. An outside attorney general for the tribe told them that, this kind of discrimination needed to end. They cursed the man, they threatened him. This is what the camera's running in the council house. And the chief, agreed with the chief at that time agreed with them, agreed that the discrimination needed to stop. Some of the people, they jumped up, shouted it, called him an NIG lover, all this kind of stuff. And it's you know, so, you know, all of the, I'm not talking about things that happened 100 years ago. I'm talking about things that have been happening a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. So, and you have a lot of, you know, just talking about the petition.
Well, hold on. Before you get to the petition, Marilyn, hold on. You gave us a lot to process there, a lot of history. For basically, you almost gave us like 150 years worth of history in about 10 minutes. So that was pretty amazing. Johnny J, I want to punt to you if I could, because you know you are a Native woman with a multi-nation in your heritage, and I know some of those names that we heard are indeed your nations. I wanted to ask, you know, how is this history taught? How did you come to know about the freedmen, how Black people were part of Native American tribes? And what was the attitudes that you experienced as a Native woman learning about the Black part of Native American tribes, but also, you know, how these freedmen, number one, they view themselves as natives, but how was that instructed to you? How was that imparted upon you, and how did you receive this information? I'm curious.
It wasn't. That history is not taught from a cultural standpoint. Like, I grew up learning about my Choctaw culture. I grew up within my communities, within my family, and I never even heard of the freedmen until I was 32. And that was because of what was going on in Oklahoma at the time, with the freedmen going to court to try and fight for their rights, and the Cherokee Nation trying to, you know, disenroll the freedmen people from their tribe. So that was how I learned about it, was from what the media was covering at the time. But other than that, it was not something that was taught or even talked about. And it's really strange now, because when you look at the tribes, the 5 civilized tribes, they were some of the earliest tribes to be assimilated heavily. And that's why they're called the 5 civilized tribes. And we have adopted a lot of ways that have really kind of upheld white supremacy. And like Marilyn was saying, like, we have Choctaws who were clan leaders that were willingly fighting on the side of the Confederacy. For some of the 5 civilized tribes, they were forced into choosing to side with the Confederacy. But there were tribes that willingly decided to be like, hey, we're going to do this, just for the reason that Marilyn said. They want to continually keep Black people oppressed. And it was a way to kind of uphold that kind of racial hierarchy, I guess you would say. And kind of like believe like, oh, well, if we act more like the white man, then they're going to treat us better. And that's not the way it was, because also when I started learning about the freedmen history, a lot of people, like when I would start asking questions, a lot of the narrative was that it was a more benevolent slavery, that it wasn't as violent or as horrible as it was for like white men owning Black people. Like, it was taught as a benevolent slavery. And I actually bought into that narrative until I started learning about the history from the freedmen themselves, and, you know, reading the history that they were able to put together. And it's like, oh, so, you know, everything that I was taught is totally wrong here. And there's a lot of nuance that goes into it, because when you look at the history of the US, Native people, Black people, this country was founded on our blood and through our labor. And, you know, there's a lot of, I guess you would say, there's a lot of writing on it, on keeping us divided and keeping us apart. So throughout history, like, we have had to make some horrible decisions in order to survive, but that's not an excuse. Like, it's not an excuse now. Like, we can say, oh, yeah, well, you know, they wanted our tribe to survive, and this was a way to do it. Because for the 5 civilized tribes, being heavily assimilated meant that Native women were raped, stolen, and sold into marriages with white men so that they could gain power within our tribe because of the way that our kinship systems work. And you start looking about how that kind of started to play a part in, like, now a lot of our people are very white passing and they act very white. Choctaw tribe is one where, you know, there is a lot of colorism. There's a lot of issues that arise even for us non-Black natives, where we are kind of discriminated against because we're a little bit darker, because we want to be more traditional, because the Choctaw Nation has been very assimilated to the point where a lot of our spiritual history has been lost. And you look at our taglines now for the tribe, and it's like faith, culture, family. But the faith that they're talking about is the Christian faith. And if you talk to a lot of Choctaw people, like they talk about our spirituality as if we were always Christian people, as if we were always just very kind of white. And even with the Trail of Tears, you know, before we started walking the Trail of Tears, people think we were leaving like little huts and traditional villages, but that's not true. We were leaving.
Yeah, she had that giggle. I heard it.
And those were being taken over by white people that were allowed to move in once we were forcefully removed. And, you know, again, the freedmen had to walk that Trail of Tears with us. They had to go through the same horrendous atrocities that Native people were going through. And a lot of that, it kind of plays into the idea of, well, they suffered with us. So, you know, we kind of weren't as harsh with them as we were to other people, or as white people were to Black people. And that's not true, because there is no benevolent slavery. There's no nonviolent slavery at all. And even with our history, you know, that's not something that we could just brush under the rug and be like, well, you know, we had to make some hard decisions. We did, but that does not mean that we are free from the consequences of that. And when it comes to the freedmen, you know, it's, to me, they are Choctaw, they are Seminole, they're Chickasaw, they're, you know, Creek, without a doubt. Like, I don't even think there should be freedmen roles and tribal roles. They should be on the same role, because regardless of the circumstances, the minute that our people decided to bring them into our communities, they made them Choctaw, they made them Chickasaw and Seminole. The minute we started sharing our language.
Wait. Hold on a second. We got
She's going too far. Our kinship systems, that is how you become Choctaw. Because, you know, a lot of Native people, we always say it's not just blood that makes you Native, it's that connection.
So it's so much. I wanted to kind of comment on the first lady and then get to her too. You know, a lot of times, you know, once again, we talked about the cover story, and we talked about words, Black, white. These are part of the caste systems. And once you're participating in it, you're saying, hey, I want to be a part of the losing team. So you raise your hand and you say, hey, I put me on the Black Caucus, the Black Rose, the Freedmen, Black, all these different things, you know what I'm saying? African blood and all these other things. And those things are just not true when we talk about the 1866 treaties and stuff like that or whatever. So once again, people are regurgitating cover stories, right? But these cover stories are living out in real time. Now, this is all based off of what we're going to be showing. In a minute, we're going to play a little bit more of this clip right here, because I'm interested to see what the other dude got to say, because we see what this sister's talking about. I'm Choctaw, right? And so she says she's Choctaw, right? And that they allowed us to come into their community. Ma'am, do you have, see, here's the thing, that what they should be asking is, who has the European bloodline? See what I'm saying? That's what you should be asking, right? We should be asking who has a European bloodline, because according to science, Negroes are here first. Negroes were Choctaw first. Negroes were Sioux first. Negroes were Cherokee first. Just because you created and we're going to get to this, right? We're going to get to these things, you know, allow Europeans to come in and create through the church system and through the Indian schools and the things that they did. They usurped. They are the great usurpers. They usurped. Let's say this again. Usurped our power. I say, okay, these are the civilized people, right? And according to Christian values and Christian things or whatever, right? Right? Christian country, Bible, and all this other shit, right? That's their thing. That's the indoctrination process. That's the colonization process, right? So when you see people pushing the Bible, the Richard Allen ass shit, that's Indian school. When you see people pushing these things, right? They're pushing colonization in 2021. They are agents, whether they're free agents or whatever, for colonization. And we know when we talk about Frederick Douglass and the folly of colonization and things of that nature, whatever. This is 1894. They was having this conversation then because that's when they were doing it. This when they were trying to switch things up. And once again, they're not only switching things up, but they're indoctrinating us across the country. So I wanted to point these things out. We can get back into it.
Hey, you know what I want to share too? You know what I'm saying? Since we on it like this, I can share this. My my father's sister, she followed through, you know, as I explained before to everyone. If you haven't heard it before, I'll explain to you now. I have Aboriginal and I have Native American ancestry. Now, when I talk to my
what does that mean, brother?
It means, I'm about to break it down. This woman right here, how she's saying, oh, we let y'all into our stuff and then y'all became Choctaw. I personally know that's a lie. My aunt told me that her Native American ancestry, my ancestry through my father, who are the ones that are called Native American now, came from Russia. And when she told me that, I was like, I didn't even know about the Bering Straits thing. I had no knowledge of the Bering Strait story. She just straight out said from Russia. Not too long ago. I didn't know about that. I didn't know how important that story is to now when I see her saying that. Because instead of her being honest, saying, you know what, that was y'all nation and my people came here and we became a part of your nation. That was a mistake, you know, and well, basically, you know, that my aunt is going to go along with what she's saying in public. So I'm sharing with everyone now. In private, my aunt was telling me that these people migrated here recently. She said sprinkles here or there before the late 19th century, but it was in the mid to late 19th century when the people who we're calling Native Americans started coming here. And she said that one who our ancestor mixed with was from Russia. Straight up. I'd say it again so you get it, Chief. So that's absolute bull when she says something like that. And I was thinking, just looking at her like, you know what? My sister, her hair's not straight like that. My sister, you can still see her features, and you can still tell that she ain't down. She's not, you know, her. But even more important, my father's mother, like they don't look like this woman that's speaking now. So it's also a hijack. And for her to giggle when she said that there were white people that she basically saw a part of the nation, that's a slap in the face because she's one of them, you know? And apparently somebody's excellent in the chat, yeah, right in there.
I mean, it's really interesting. Well, we see the caste system playing itself right there, because we know that Europeans came here, right? That's a known thing, right? We know for a fact that they came here, okay? So they have an ancestry, right? And they brought certain things with them, right? And we're gonna get into that. We're gonna play a little bit more of this clip right here, y'all, because I know y'all like us. We can only stomach so much bullshit and fuckery. Now, I don't think that these people genuinely, and I don't know these people, but I generally think that people are not doing this willingly. Like, I ain't say willingly, but I mean like it's how you processing things, right? Now, here's the thing: the truth is peace. Okay, even though we know nobody likes the truth, but us telling the truth about who we are, and I would say this all the time, that the Native Americans, these guys who are classified as Native Americans, right, are violating their ancestors. We're their ancestors. We are the Aborigines of America. Period.com. We are the first inhabitants of this land. Now, yes, people came here. Whenever they came here, it was some niggas here picking out their afro, plaiting braids and shit. Niggas was already here. We already had shit popping. So the world knows this because there's records of the world trading and doing certain things and technology and stuff that came from here, went to other places. So the foods that were here, medicine that was here, went to other places. It's just, it's just so dumb that people call themselves scholars and academians, but then they believe pie in the sky, daddy. They believe the bullshit. And I think that's the interesting thing, you know, that you see these people who consider themselves, they read the same things that we read, right? But they bypass etymology, they bypass logic, and they go right to the cover story. Okay, right to it. Boom, right to it. But we're gonna uncover some shit tonight, y'all. So just like I said, we're gonna play just a little bit more of this, y'all, because like I said, it's very interesting. I'm getting stuff out of this or whatever, because it's gonna go right along with the miseducation. Because these people, everybody on this panel has been miseducated. Period.com. Okay, because they're speaking a language that was given to them. Right, and we're gonna break that down as well. When I say given to them or whatever, the indoctrination process, and we talk about the etymology of words, things change. So when you start seeing the change after 1828, 1850, 1860, 1870, 1890. What they're doing is they're writing things like Native American back into time periods. Well, it wasn't no Native American in 1866. Well, no Native Americans in 1966. Okay, so let's just keep that in mind. So let's get back to it. Big ooga to the tribe.
Back to our communities, to our languages, our traditions, our cultures. Like that is what makes us who we are. And we always talk about our identities not being racial, but socio-political. And that's what I see going on right now with the freedmen. They should be, you know, citizens of our tribes without a doubt, without hesitation, and not denied their birthright, because, you know, there are a lot of Black natives who are native by blood. And again, you know, the same reason that there's a lot of white people who are native by blood that find it, you know, that comes from a lot of rape, that comes from, you know, being sold into slavery and being sold to people. Like there's a lot of things that go into this identity and nuance that gets lost. And it's so frustrating to me because despite all of that, like these are our people. Like these are Choctaw people, these are Seminole people, these are our knowledge keepers, our language keepers, and they carry our history with them as much as we do. And it's so frustrating because there's so much anti-Blackness in Indian country that even outside of the 5 civilized tribes, we have to confront that daily with people saying, well, they're not native by blood. And it's like, well, you don't know the history here. Like they are native by blood. They're native by culture. In every way that you can be considered native, they are. And so it's so frustrating to me just because this history kind of gets swept under the rug. And even now with Deb Holland coming into great. You know, these issues, like I didn't know that she had supported policy that intentionally excluded the freedmen until I saw a Twitter account, the Choctaw and
Chickasaw Freedmen.
Chickasaw Freedmen, you know, tweeting about it. And I was like, oh, holy crap. Like, how did this escape my notice? Because I do keep up with the news in Indian country. And to see that policy and to see how they were previously included and that this reauthorization intentionally excluded them just blew my mind, because it speaks to how non-civilized tribes, how natives view Black natives and how they view freedmen. And it's a very contentious issue, even, you know, within Oklahoma, because it's so divided. Like I get put on the outs quite a bit for, you know, supporting the freedmen just unconditionally, like they are our people. And just saying that is controversial and it shouldn't be.
Wow. Well, hold on right there, Johnny J, because I do want us to circle back to Congresswoman Deb Holland, I believe the first Native woman to ever be elected to Congress. She's under consideration by the Biden administration for a cabinet position to be Secretary of the Interior. And that's bringing up a lot of questions. But before we go there, Antonio, you know, both Johnny and Marilyn brings up the history of and the continued practice of anti-Blackness from Indigenous people towards Black people. And this summer, you know, we saw a lot of solidarity between Indigenous activists and Black Lives Matter activists. Because, you know, we have a shared oppression on this continent, although it is different in different experiences. But how do these anti-Black attitudes, despite, you know, our obvious solidarity, you know, we see them still resurfacing, as the woman who spoke at the beginning of the show, Leetta Osborne Sampson, the Black Seminole woman, talking about how the Seminole are systemically disenfranchising their Black members of benefits that they rightly deserve. So talk to me about how you have seen or experienced anti-Blackness as an Indigenous man towards Black folks.
Yeah, so I'm Coahuiltecan and Boricua. So my ancestors are, you know, Taino in the Caribbean, as well as, you know, Spanish and Greek and a lot of mixtures of things. And then Coahuiltecan is where my father is from in South Texas. And we were colonized by the Spanish, and a lot of our peoples were kind of absorbed into the Spanish colonial mission communities. But I just wanted to give my background a little bit to introduce myself. But I'm a native of Detroit. I live in Detroit. And up here, as you go north, apparently I'm learning, you know, about the tribes out in the Southeast, but as you go north, Indigenous communities get a lot more light skin. And as we were working on this campaign, you know, I don't typically talk about this sort of like inner politics, but I think it's relevant for this conversation. But as we were working on this campaign to end Indigenous Peoples Day, we live in Detroit, and I am very much of the values of these women on this panel, where our idea is we have to connect the historic anti-Blackness and anti-indigeneity that's at the heart of the United States logic. Red lands plus Black labor equals white gold. We have to connect that racial ancestral history with the work that's happening now and with contemporary movements and contemporary problems. Detroit is the Blackest major city in the entire country. It was taken over through this process of emergency management, where we had our water system stripped away, our democracy taken away. And we really wanted to connect all of those things together. So a lot of us who are in this committee decided to make it Indigenous and African Peoples Day. And that was the plan, just to make it very relevant to the 80% Black city, the Blackest major city in the entire country. There are no tribes.
Whoa. Hold on, real fast, bro. I gotta say something real fast. So he said something that's very, 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 very key, right? A city like Detroit is 80%, but he says Black, right? Now, they were smart enough to know that they don't have the numbers, right? So they said, let's form a coalition with Indians and Africans, right? Native Americans and Africans. So all these people that's joined, I bet, hey, Lotus, I bet everything that it was not. And Detroit has a large so-called African, like from over there, overseas, you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna say African, like, you know, we say Somalian community or Ethiopian community. We don't say African community because that's too vast. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But because they put a blanket term on all these niggas in Detroit, and they all came, not say all, but a lot of them, they used the body, right? Now here's the thing. Native people who can classify yourself as Native Americans, while you're trying to discriminate and get around us, you should be using the numbers to your favor. But because they want to control the resources, control the narrative, and the narrative fits where the Europeans are on top of this caste system. This is the usurpation of this is everything. This is the origin of the source of their power. everybody we talked to, or even Artie was trying to say didn't he try to say he was a Native American, part Native American? That he literally believes that he's more connected to this land than y'all black asses. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? And this is what they're doing. They're using color schemes. And even the pale girl on here, she even believes it. This young man believes it. Aren't you mixed with the Europeans who came here? Don't you know your great grandparents from that side? Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? They came here and mixed with the dark people of the land, the Aborigines of the land. Okay. And what happens is, right? What happens is that this caste system they're using words to maintain it. And these people are trapped in the words. They're trapped in illogical thinking. The minority person, right? Even they see the discrimination, but because they feel that they're better than the African, the black one, right? Then they'll still maintain this power struggle instead of joining with the so-called black ones to tear down the power struggle. So when we talk about solutions, stop calling people. Don't call me black. Don't call us Africans ever again. It's offensive. So we do need to be talking. We do need to be talking to the Biden administration and see why the fuck is it still legal for you guys to continue to practice genocide on the American people? I want to know. And you're going to have to explain this to us. Y'all going to have to explain why this is happening. See, the miseducation hurts everybody. Okay? The caste system, racism hurts everybody. So when you say black and you say white, you're causing issues. What's the bloodline? How did you separate that? How did the white bloodline supersede the so-called black bloodline first? That doesn't make any sense. But because we allow these people to continue to push the cover story, push their narrative on us, no matter how dumb it is, we still internalize their system by saying, hey, I'm black. Hey, I'm African American. Hey, I'm mixed with Native American. And who was this other person that you mixed with? You African? Black is not a landmass. That's not a DNA. That's nothing. Just like Native American, these are systems. So Native American was created in 1975. So anytime you see Native Americans or this concept being written 1866, that doesn't say Native American. So these cover stories, like people don't go to read the original documents or anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So these guys continue to push out miseducation. So like I said, we're going to hurry up and get into this. So I just wanted to get back to that. I couldn't, this shit is crazy. You know what I mean? It's really crazy. They take credit for the great stuff and then always give us the less. Well, we are America. We are American culture. Anytime you think about American foods, American music, American this and that, we invented it. American invention. So we gave the world civilization. When I say we, I'm saying the Negroes of North fucking America. So Indian is interchangeable for Negro. So when you say Indian country, you're saying Negro country. This was a Negro continent first. The fuck? So I'm tired of y'all, man. I'm tired of these miseducated ass people right here who will call themselves lawmakers, who call themselves lawyers. We had other people on the panel the other day calling themselves members of a tribe who are participating in ignorance, who participating in racism. And our mission is to change this in this lifetime for our children right now. You're not going to keep calling us African fucking Americans. It's going to be illegal to do this in America really soon. Now, if a nigga's Somalian American, salute to you, bro. We got love for all our people. We got love for people in general. If not, y'all motherfuckers wouldn't be in Detroit right now. If we wasn't loving, caring, understanding people. Fuck. So yeah, man, let's get back into this bullshit, man. We gotta get back to this lesson. This is absolutely bonkers. Yeah. Peace of the gods, man.
Nonprofit. And with leaders within that nonprofit opposed our efforts to make it Indigenous and African Peoples Day. And for me, like as somebody who, it was strange because I'm not Anishinaabe, but I'm in Anishinaabe land. And Anishinaabe people are kind of like bossing up on me and telling me like, you know, it's got to be just Indigenous Peoples Day, like we're doing it all over the country. And for me, I'm like, yo, Columbus came to my ancestors' lands well before he made it. Like he never came up here. This is not like, you know, this isn't like an identity politic that y'all like have, you know, any sort of like say in. Like you shouldn't be making like the solidarity that we're building. You shouldn't oppose because it's more powerful. You know, it's more relevant. We ended up, because it was such a big divide within the committee, and when some of the Anishinaabe folks spoke out on it, a lot of other people in the committee backed down because, you know, they didn't have, like, there were Black people, there was, you know, mixed people, like mixed people of Mesoamerican ancestry like myself. So it was like, yeah, it stymied the project for 2 years. And we finally just like went ahead and did it and make an Indigenous Peoples Day. And as an alternative, I've started this thing called the Decolonial Solidarity Feast, which we didn't do this year because of COVID. But it's like something we're doing the day before Indigenous Peoples Day, where we bring together Black and Native people to build on that shared history, that shared legacy. And it's really, really unfortunate that anti-Blackness bleeds so deeply into Indigenous communities. I see it. There's a perennial question within all Indigenous community of who is or who isn't. This is like across the entirety of the United States, and I'm sure all over settler societies, there tends to be this conversation of who is and who isn't. Is it, if you grew up in the culture, if you grew up in cities, if you grew up on the res, if you were adopted out, you know, who's Native, like, can they prove it? People are fake Native, fake veteran. Like, it's a perpetual, exhausting conversation that happens all over Native country. But particularly where you find the Indigenous folks overlapping with whiteness in a great degree, you're gonna find higher amounts of anti-Blackness more generally. And I think it's really important, if we look at the roots of this, it's capitalism. It's the United States sort of like ideology, culture bleeding into taking, you know, precedent over, you know, more traditional ancestral ideologies around race and belonging. And I think it's really noteworthy what exactly it was, the attributes of the 5 civilized tribes that made them, you know, gain acceptance by the federal government. That's accepting private property, living in European-style built homes, adopting settler agricultural practices, adopting Christianity, adopting centralized governments, you know, in the style of the United States more, and European folks more, having literacy and educational things happening in English, which means kind of like stamping out your native languages and cultures, participating in the market exchange of capitalism in those terms, writing constitutions, breeding with white people, and key for this part of the country, plantation and slavery practices. And I think that's something that—
Wait. Time out.
Yeah, man. Hold on.
I mean, bro, he literally just said breeding with white people, right?
Anti-Blackness, slavery, U.S.
Man.
So who's full-blooded? He's a result of breeding with white people. Am I correct, brother?
That's right.
He's in my world. That don't make him no less. Hear me out, y'all. You got 1 drop of Indian blood, you ours. You hear me? That means you got 1 drop of Negro blood, you ours. American Negro blood. So you could be Somalian and German. That don't make you an American. You're Somalian German. You understand what I'm saying? You're not an American. We are American.
Johnny
Our
J.
bloodline. Yeah, what are y'all talking about? So if y'all got mixed cousins and shit, your mixed cousin your grandmama love them just like they love everybody else. Guess what though? They can go to their other side.
She was Somalian German. She is Somalian.
Yeah,
German.
these niggas is Somalian Germans, man. You niggas, Rob Bourne is a Somalian German.
Wow.
Oh, slave built ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Hey, take the mind, leave the body. You know what I'm saying? Ass niggas. You niggas is slow as hell, bro. Like I don't understand it. I don't understand the concept. He literally just said breeding with white people. That makes you a mestizo, which makes you mix people, right? And then migrations happen after that. Right now, if a Mexican run across the border, right, he could, right? You don't, if he was speaking Arabic, you'd think he was Arabic, right? That shit don't matter. You're still mixed. You're mixed first. Like it's an origin. We are the etum of all you motherfuckers. So when y'all talking, pay respect and honor to your ancestors. We are the living ancestors right now. We are the return of the great ones, y'all. This is what we need to tell y'all. I think we finished with them, man. We're about to take this thing to the next level, y'all. Small commercial break.
Each and every one of these people on here, man, all three of them full of shit.
Oh, I say 4 of them because the sister apparently she don't know enough to ask any question or interject anything. She just sitting back listening. You know what I'm saying? Now, no knock to her, but I'm just saying, have some type of information, know something. Because if these people are saying something, they're saying shit that's wrong, literally wrong.
Right.
Like she from the sister that started it to her, you know.
She has a liberal energy to her. I could tell. I get a real good feeling that she's a liberal Democrat. But I mean, that's just me.
Homie is French Montana Rayshawn. Ah, shit. I was really thinking that.
They cut to the bone in there, bro. They cut to the bone.
I was really thinking that, nigga. I was thinking, that's like French Montana right there. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, but it's implied. When they say black or African descent, you are a slave who came on the boat with Kunta. Period. It's no matter what, you came on the boat with Kunta. No matter what nobody else say, that's a blanket term for black people, right? That you are slaves and from Africa. That's a problem for a lot of us, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with, y'all. We're dealing with that. So yeah, man, old French Montana don't know what the hell you talking about. You are a result of breeding with pale people. So it's a medicine wheel, right? It has black, brown, red, yellow, and white on it. Something like that, right? I could be wrong, whatever. Some bullshit, right? Y'all act like all these colors just popped up at the same fucking time. Okay? They didn't. Something was first. So all you smart ass pan boo-boos, you literally say that the so-called black man, right, is the first people on the planet, except America, right? It's just because you have fallen for the cover story that the Native American cover story. And if somebody calls themselves a Native Americans, we are Aborigine Americans. That supersedes Native American. When we talk about etum, that is the etymology. So when they say indigenous is like saying, it's like affirmative action. Everybody could be indigenous. $5 niggas who just bought into the rolls, right? Motherfuckers who usurp the roles can be indigenous, right? And these same people are standing in line because they have the complexion, right, for the connection in this system. So when we're talking about the BIE and these things, Yeah, I wanted to get into that real fast. I'm gonna get into this, y'all. Hold on. Hey, Lotus, I don't know. You good?
Yeah, I got it on Libra's video.
All right, can you make the screen bigger?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, man, we're gonna premiere this video right here, y'all. We got a couple more premieres tonight, y'all. So stay tuned. But this is premiere. Let's get it. Libra Sun Productions, Libra Sun Studios presents. Yes, sir.
Libra's son putting it down. Ain't he in the building too? That's right.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I kind of wanted to get into the Indian school stuff and the kindergarten stuff real quick, and I just kind of went in this direction real fast. But it's gonna make sense, y'all, when y'all see, you know, the culprits and the people who did this, why we have the system that we have now. Why is it set up the way it's set up? How did we lose economic empowerment, economic independence? How did we turn into the actual slaves that they are projecting on us in the past? I've been saying a long time, slavery is fake. I didn't say it didn't exist. I said it's fake as it is told to us. I've been asking these guys to email us slavery. Please show us how everybody of color was the only slaves, right? And they even talk about this in these so-called treaties and stuff that they're saying, right? You're seeing a cover story. You don't ever see the original documentation, if there were ever any original documentation. What you're seeing is the cover story of somebody's interpretation. So once again, they tell you stuff that do not make sense. Okay? There's no such thing as so-called Native Americans owning slaves, because Native Americans didn't exist. See how that works? Don't tell me that because people, they had plantations. Oh, stop it. They had niggas on the plantation and they humped on them and made them their family. See, you're looking at the cover story, the Quentin Tarantino movie. You're not looking at actual facts, right? That the result, right, of the breeding with pale people would be the so-called Native American. It is called the breeding out of the Indian, or the breeding out of the Negro, or the uncivilized. Okay? The uncivilized tribes came before the civilized tribes. I'm going to say this again so everybody can understand what the fuck I'm saying. The uncivilized, we're just using their goddamn terms. The uncivilized tribes predate the civilized tribes. The civilized tribes are the people who acquiesced, who the people who killed their own people, who the people that raped and murdered their own people for liquor, who gave millions of acres away, and they didn't have the authority to do it. Trading ass niggas. So we honoring the remnants of the traitors. Niggas want to be in their tribes all goddamn day. I've been a renegade my whole motherfucking life. I wish the fuck I would call myself going into a goddamn nation, these people's nation, and being up under anybody from Europe. I ain't gonna be up under nobody anyway, but I'm definitely about to be up under no pale motherfucking chiefs. If you look at the chiefs of the Choctaw, of all these nations, the Blackfoot Nation, whatever, these people are Europeans who have usurped our heritage. And niggas keep giving it away every day by calling yourself black. Oh, I'm black and I mixed with Native American. Like the damn fool Camille Lamonti ass nigga, whatever, that other day, talking about, I'm part Native American. What? What are you talking about, sir? I mean, this shit is ridiculous, y'all. The lies and the shit that these people are saying to us, and they continue to keep doing this to us, y'all. We keep saying, oh yeah, let's keep this up. Let's keep regurgitating. Let's keep pushing this on our children and understand why we're not getting a better result. You know what I'm saying? Why we're not seeing any results or any solutions. You know what I'm saying? We're not addressing the actual problem, which is the actual caste system. That's a real problem. I know people don't think it is, but it's actually a part, because if your brain is still stuck in that caste system, when you see white being right, you think that's better. No matter what we're saying, a lot of times, a lot of people that disagree with what we're saying is they don't want to be Aborigine. They just be mad at Aborigine when that's the actual the trump card in the deck. You know what I'm saying? But because it's not attached to the Native American or the Title 25, they want to be a part of the get along. That's what they want to do. They want to get along with these people. They like being pets. Well, we're braves. Okay? This is the land of the free, home of the braves, y'all. We are the braves. So this is our land. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So Lotus.
Yeah.
What you got? Because I want to, like I said, I want to get into some stuff that correlates, like I said, with this right here, and why the people are misinformed. This is a good word to say. Why the people are so misinformed. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yeah, you wanted to break down starting with kindergarten, right?
Well, I want to go with the Indian school stuff first. Then we can kind of go into that. And they said some stuff that these people are, we talk about civilized. Well, civilized mean that you became Christians.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? And last time I checked, if you're conscious, then that was the main tool that they used against us was religion. It's religion still using against us. That's right now. That's the main thing. Sunday, somebody having Sunday night church right now. You know what I'm saying? That people put so much. Can y'all imagine how much money that's going into these banks tomorrow? That the people of the church gave, the resources that the church is taking up out of the community and not building shit, nothing for the people, for their customers, right? Because think about it, the people in the pews are their customers. You don't want, right? If you're selling your customers a defective product, right? Shit, y'all. It's not about religion, y'all, but it's about the indoctrination and how they use religion in the educational process. You see what I'm saying? Hey, you want to go to heaven? You better learn this right here. You better get this indoctrination this sturdy, sound doctrine, right? This is what they say, right? You know, because if you think that you can say you in the church and you say, man, I want to be a pastor or a minister or something like that, right? Then they take you into these things and they say, well, you gotta use this doctrine. It's called a sound doctrine, a sound indoctrination. Even though you might not believe in said thing, they still want you to push their sound doctrine. Okay, this is what they're doing. This is the play. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I sent you some stuff on Indian school.
Okay. Let me pull that up. Send it to my email?
Yep.
Yes, it's all right.
Some Panthers. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to show a slave ship. We can show you some diagrams, but we're not gonna be able to show you the slave ships this evening, brother. We can show you some shit 1,000 years before that, but we can't show you no goddamn slave ships for 100, 200 years ago. So these fools be lying too much, bro. They lie too much. They're just liars. So this guy named Richard Henry Pratt, right? He said his goal was complete assimilation. And this is in 1879. He established the most well-known off-reservation boarding schools. The Carlisle Indian School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Now keep in mind, a lot of this stuff happened in Pennsylvania. The Germans and like this, you guys in Pennsylvania, you some of you Indians out there, you guys are the ones that, you know, made deals with these guys and did all these things, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I kind of blame you guys on the East Coast. So. You Delaware, Lenape, you know what I'm saying? The Oneida, the Mohawk. Now, they'll say these people are Native Americans now because, right, the usurper came in and usurped everything. They usurped the Chinook. They usurped the Blackfeet. How the fuck are Blackfeet Pale Feet now? Wouldn't you be a part of the Pale Feet tribe? How the fuck are you Blackfeet? It don't make, listen, y'all, the shit don't make no sense. And then you have Seminole, who are pale, like they fresh off the boat from Germany, right? Right. Irish looking motherfuckers, right? And they said they Seminole. When the dude, Osceola, the dude that come out in the Seminole for Florida State, I love it. Come out with the spear and throw in the ground. He's mixed. He's a mestizo. He's French Montana. He is not the original people. John Horse is the original Seminole. Do you understand what I'm saying? The original Maroons, the Tuscarora, Tuscaloosa. These words are depicting or describing dark people in America. What the fuck? And this is the problem I have, right? So these terms are literally telling you who the people are. And then you have pale people who have usurped these things. You're not Sioux. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We are first. We are the first Americans. Now, I mean, this shit gets crazy, y'all. Did you find it yet, bro?
Bureau of Indian Education.
Yeah. That's exactly what I want. Exactly what I wanted right there, right? So we got the Bureau of Indian Education, right? It's the BIE, yeah. It said headquartered in the main interior building in Washington, D.C., right? And formerly known as the Office of Indian Education Programs, OIEP. Now check this out. It's a division of the U.S. Department of Interior, right? We talk about the Department of Interior. These are the people that we need to be addressing for the crimes of genocide, paper, social, political. This is genocide. Even they talking about this bullshit voting and stuff like that. This is all a part of the social caste system, the social engineering, the social things that they're talking about. This doesn't make any sense at all, but they continue to keep pushing these things. You understand what I'm saying? So, and everybody's using us when it's convenient for them. Okay? They use us just like they use the Black Lives Matter, just like Biden administration, and everybody else. They use us to get the power, get the influence, get the numbers and things that they need. Then they drop us off at the wayside. So we're not getting the casinos. We're not getting the tax exemptions and things of that nature, whatever, because we're Black and we put ourselves on the Black side. So these people can kick you off something that they created because you're Black. And they're not going to recognize you because they're trying to get as many as their people in on the fix. Okay? So when we talk about this place, right, this thing right here, right, under the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, it is responsible for the line, direction, and management of all BIE education functions, including the formation policies and procedures, right? The supervision of all program activities and the approval of the expenditure of funds appropriated for BIE education functions. See that? Now this is still happening today. This right here, this organization is still happening today. Bureau of Indian Education, right? It's in Washington, D.C. right now. It's the overview of it. Headquarters. What does it say right here? It has 184 elementaries and secondary schools, right? And dormitories located in 63 reservations in 23 cities. Now, like I said, they got, why do you have to have a reservation in 2021? They're already mixed. You already created mixed people. So it's not like you're preserving mixed people. Like why aren't they going to school with regular children? Are they getting a different education than we're getting? See what I'm saying? So we have to ask these questions. What's going on? So let's get to it. Housing is attending. So many students, 14 dormitories. Tribe in the public schools is one of 2 U.S. federal government school systems, along with the Department of Defense Education Activity. Now I sent you that too, but we're gonna finish this up, then we get down to that. All right. The Department of Defense. Now this is pretty interesting that the BIE is under the Department of Defense. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that the Department of the Bureau of Indian, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is a part of this BIE, and it's a part of the Department of Defense.
Man, okay? It sounds like they're protected, like seriously protected right here, man. It's crazy. What do you need all that protection for? Department of Defense education. What the?
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it was Army engineers, you know, and this is all a military operation, yeah. This is all a military operation. They act like when they were having civil rights stuff and all these things like that, they created the Native Americans as an extra subgroup to once again divert away from the Aborigines, divert resources, divert, right? Shouldn't we be getting some of the $32 billion or more that's coming down the pipeline that these people have approved? See, you walk in there, whatever, and they be like, well, where's your tribal card at? Are you on some Dawes roads? Well, all that stuff is created in the 20th century. What are you talking about? We predate any documents, any rolls, any certificates that you can think of. So when y'all say this shit, it's crazy as hell to me. Because the Department of Interior knows who you are. They know who your grandmama is. They know your black ass your Aboriginal ass did not come from Africa. Now, I don't know whether or not what we're teaching, what we're revealing is going against national security for some odd reason, because they're spending so much money to hide this. I don't understand why nobody's understanding this. They're spending billions of dollars to hide something. And I just want to know why. I'm not understanding what is happening right now. Why are they spending so much energy to tell us that we're from Africa? Why did they do this? Why are they associating black with slave and from Africa? Why aren't nobody paying attention? Why would they fund this? I know why. To keep you inferior. And they fund niggas to push the inferior card to you. And if you're not feeling low, right? Umar Johnson's a perfect example. He likes standing on top of everybody and talking down on you. And he makes you, guilt you into, that's the pastor. Guilting you into giving money. Guilting you into, because you thinking something, maybe, what I'm saying, and maybe not as Christian-like, you know what I'm saying? You live in a, maybe not such Christian life. And so they play on your guilt. They play on your weakness. This is what it is, right? So they understand this. So Umar is using the same formula. He's using the same formula that the pastors are using, whatever. So he's a part of the Department of Defense. I know people don't understand this, but you're going to get it. This is the same guy who went to a military school, okay? Remember, he brags about going to prestigious white schools. I'm just using that example, y'all. So I wanted to point that out. So this right here is really crazy. In the area of post-secondary education, the BIE provides support to 24 tribal colleges and universities across the U.S., serving over 25,000 students. It directly operates 2 institutions of higher learning. Haskell Indian Nations University, that's HINU, right? In Lawrence, Kansas, right? And Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute. My good brother pulled that up right there for y'all to see that. I know y'all can always, and that's near Albuquerque, New Mexico, right? Additionally, the BIE operates higher education scholarships programs for American Indians and Alaska Natives. Now, when your ass go in there and you say, hey, I'm an American Indian, and they tell you, no, you're not, what are you going to use to prove that you're American Indian, y'all? What are you going to prove? Lotus, what you got to prove that you're American Indian? Everybody on the roads, or they didn't find themselves on these different roads that they created?
Yep.
Huh?
That would be the only way. I'd have to use their paperwork. in order to prove, and I wouldn't be able to. I'd say, hey, look at my skin. Because when I went to fill out for services, you know, to get that EBT going, the ATE, some of that good food, I tried to put that there like you're black. Like I literally had the woman say, no, you're not, you're black.
How can she tell you? That's illegal to tell you.
Yep.
You have the right. She broke the law when she said that.
Yes, she did.
You understand? She broke the law.
And
like
she really
that.
wanted to write that crap on my paper too. I said, don't put black on mine. Don't put no African American or black on my stuff.
Yeah, like that's illegal. There's no law that says you can't identify as American Indian.
Hey, Chief, as light as I am, they do me like that.
That nose. I told you that big ass nose. They be like, nah, that's a nigga nose right there. I don't care about nothing. Nigga, you got a nigga nose. Get over there. Nigga, they ain't gonna do the bag test and the hair test on you. Nah, but they gonna look at that nose and be like, they gonna hold that they gonna hold a rule up to that nose, be like, nah, get over there with Holiday, that nose, nigga.
Hey, I swear they be speaking Spanish, walking up to me as soon as they get close. Oh.
Nigga see that nose and be like, nah, he a nigga. He breathing up a lot of air right now.
Oh shit.
I see the CEO has entered the building, y'all. Peace of the goddess. Hey man, it's all bad for these people, man. It's about to get worse. So getting back to this thing right here, y'all. So we're talking about see, and then they give you some shit like this right here. Alden Woods of the Arizona Republic wrote in 2020 that the BIE is an overlooked and often criticized agency. Really? You think? Well, guess what? Let's get into the Indian schools and see why they're criticized. Because they're over the schools, right? They're over the education of these children, right? They're getting all this money. It's not like it's a whole bunch of people that you have to manage. It's not like it's millions of that they just all of a sudden overnight now this agency has to deal with 30, 40, 50 million niggas. Huh? What do you do? What are you talking about? And if these people are supposed to be, you know, you're supposed to leave us to our devices. You're not supposed to count us. You're not supposed to tax us. So these are the things that we want to be a part of. Let us go handle our own affairs. You're taxing us and you're regulating us out of business. And that was a part of the usurpation. That's a part of the colonization. That's a part of everything. So this is the playbook. So we're not talking about reparations. We're talking about restitution for crimes that you're still committing today. You're committing the crimes today. Our job is to stop you in your tracks. So you call somebody black, they call you black, throw it away. Just say, hey, man, don't call me black. That's racist. You should see their face. We'll say, well, as a white boy, excuse me, sir, white is racist as well. So we can't tell these people that, hey, you're racist, and then turn around and be more racist than their asses. You see what I'm saying? It's ignorance. Racism is ignorance. Okay? There's no such thing as racism. It's prejudice. Motherfuckers is prejudice for people that's their same color. It's prejudice, size, height, hair texture. You niggas is prejudiced for all the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? And then once again, you have these entitled ass pale people. Once again, you guys are feeding the bullshit with your bullshit. Because you guys side with this doctrine, this pale doctrine, just as long as the same way with these black ass Power Rangers do the same ass thing. So you guys or siding by saying I'm black, and the niggas in the middle they're in the middle, but they want to maintain the power structure that keeps them at least on top of the darker ones. Do y'all understand? This is how they are maintaining power. The solution is stop allowing people to call you a crayon color, to call you a slave, to call you a foreigner on your own land. That is the motherfucking solution. That is the path to power. I'm going to say this again. It's the path to power. When y'all talking all this dumbass shit, what Trey say? Why don't you niggas just shut up? Yeah, we got to get some Trey Ali in tonight too. Next radio break, next smoke break, Trey Ali. But let me get back into this right here, man. It's just crazy, y'all. So this is what they do, though, y'all. This is how they get over on us by changing these words right here. Now, check this out. Circa 1990, the Hopi tribe began the process of taking BIA schools in their territory into tribal control. Now, what they're saying is, y'all, that they trusted them enough, right, to keep continually teaching the same fuck shit. So now they don't need them to have, like, how about this? You know how to yeah, now they own people can teach them, right? You see what I'm saying? And run their shit. So at first the government was running their schools, okay? So now they're running their own, but they're still running exactly, and they're still teaching the same system, the same history, right? And the version of history, as well as the word spells, the things that they're giving them. Can't speak your language anymore. You got to do these things or whatever. And that's the thing we're getting into when we get into the actual education system. What we're doing is we're breaking down how they beat us and put us in this condition. And it's all mental. If I got your mind, I can move you anywhere. You're going to be led anywhere. Your mind, that's it. You can be strong as hell, but I can manipulate you easily because your mind is not as strong as your body, like a lot of these guys we know. So, what you got, bro? Been talking. You got the floor.
Oh yeah, man. This. Let me pull it back up. There's a couple of things I saw in here that are really mind blowing. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Now, I also have this pulled up on another site. In fact, let me see if this gets to it. Is okay. So this is, I'm gonna go over this a little slow because this is I don't want to go too far in it, but this is something that's very interesting about this educational system. You see all the depths that they're going through just for the educational system. Again, let me go back and reiterate on that, on what Chief is breaking down for everyone. They literally built the military for the Bureau of Indian Education. They have military and protected armament. This is insane. Why is this needed for this? So looking at the Bureau of Indian Education, I noticed this was also in something else I pulled up, the American Indian boarding schools. So what happens is basically this is established during the early 19th through the mid 20th centuries with the primary objective of civilizing or assimilating Native American. Now we don't really get a Native American with a phrase, coin, or being applied or attached to a people until after the mid 20th century.
Facts.
So they have to tie in Euro-American, which is what they really are. It kind of blew my mind. I stumbled across this. Like they're so double-tongued, so fork-tongued, the damn tongue to flap right back in their face. Look at this. Assimilating Native American children and youth into Euro-American culture. And they give you a whole Euro-American culture graph right here, man. This gets insane.
Well, technically, it would be just a Euro culture because they started teaching them German first.
There you go.
Okay. You gotta keep in mind when these people came here, even in the 1900s, Donald Trump's people were still speaking German when they came in 1928.
That's right.
The same way that y'all see that you see a lot of these Asian people that, or even Hispanic people that do not speak English today. The same way these people did not speak English yesterday when they got their asses here. Do y'all understand? So the indoctrination is interesting when it started because that's when English, this language that we're speaking now, was started and popularized. But we're going to show that, for instance, we talk about the Bible because they were using the Bible to indoctrinate people. The Bible was translated. The King James Bible, version of the Bible, was just translated to English in 1929. There's still people living right now that were born in 1929, okay? They're still walking around the motherfucker right now, okay?
Right.
Now, so the Bible that they were pushing in the 1800s, the mid and the late 1800s, was in German. Later, translated over, okay? So keep this in mind. So the assimilation was assimilated into European culture, European value sets, and they was fucking on these people.
That's right.
They was fucking on these kids. And they were bleaching it out. And we talked about rabbit-proof fence that happened in Australia, but they got the program from America, who had done it 50 plus years in advance. So a lot of these things they're taking and say, "Oh yeah, we did it." They did it in America to us, and then took it other places. See what I'm saying? So these concepts and stuff, what they're saying, that, like I said, they're writing themselves into power, they're writing themselves into history by calling themselves anything other than the usurpers, anything other than the Slavs, anything other than these motherfucking waste. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is what they're doing. And when we get any further, when we talk about the people who print these books, these websites, who fund all the universities, are the Zionist Jews. What's so crazy is, that we're in a private call. So we can tell you the truth, shit that we cannot say. They will shut this channel the fuck down.
Yeah, especially this chart I'm showing. Anything with linguistics right now, where you're exposing the truth about languages in original geographical location, they are shutting me down, like on different social media outlets. So people know that, man. It's very serious. But this graph, this shit is crazy. All the black part, that's German. That's all German, being the German influence in the educational system. So they're doing the biggest European ancestral group by country and the languages, but the red is the English, and the spots of red, they're like the green, the red is English. That's all here, baby. You see it over here heavy in what's that? Utah, Colorado, somebody. It's Colorado in Utah. I might be mistaken. But
Where's that map? Where do you get that map?
the biggest European ancestral group by country coming in. Let me go back and show you. The Euro-American connection, the ones that came in the 19th century, their arrival. Let me get back to where it was.
So you see what they say, the Euro-Indian, Indian, what is that right there?
The Euro-American culture.
The Euro-American. But once again, though, this how they talk, though. Like, once again, it's their narrative, it's their cover story. As opposed to saying the truth, they give the narrative. They paint the picture as if this is you see what I'm saying? This is crazy. Like, this is the whole point that when we're talking about just how they put themselves in position of power. We're part, you know what I'm saying? And
right.
You're not. You know what I mean? Like they by just words, changing words, like now it's Native American, but it's no Native American when you're doing your research. You know what I'm saying? So where do these people come from? How did they get in line in front of us? How are you putting anybody off of anything? That don't even make sense. You should be fighting that system when you know those people are the ones who created that system. Instead, you guys are fighting with them. And what they say, oh, you nigger lovers? Yep,
that's what I'm about to get at right now.
Once again, that's evil. We're people of peace. If we wasn't, you wouldn't be here. What Trey say? We would have killed your ass when we was in them kitchens.
Yeah.
We would have never shared our resources with y'all. We would have never allowed nobody to come on our land a mile. Like, we allowed you guys to do this. And you understand what I'm saying? So Europe and Europeans should be better guests in the house of the Aborigines. You should be better guests. I like how Lord Jamar say, like, guests in the house of hip hop, right? You niggas need to be better guests in the house of the Aborigines. This is our shit. So I don't want to hear no more niggas talking about they got tanks and airplane. Nigga, that's our shit. That's our inventions, our motherfucking technology on our land, made by the blood, sweat, and tears of our people from the ore, our shit. That's our shit. These are our airplanes. This is our Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. We are the first Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine soldiers in this bitch. We are the first Americans. I know that's tough. It's tough, people, to get across the round. They wrap their little brains around, but you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to figure this out. We are first. And all these little parlor tricks that you do does not change that. The facts are that we cannot allow these people to determine who we are and who our ancestors are by the color of our skin, by the size of our nose, or by the fucking texture of our hair. That's crazy. And this is what these people are doing, and they continue to do it, and we perpetuate that because we run into fools all the time. My grandma had straight hair down to the knees and da-da-da-da-da. She was super light skinned. I could see her blue veins. I'm like, grandma was mixed with the pale man. She was Rock Newman around this motherfucker. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So when y'all say shit like that, that's all I see and hear. I don't be here. I don't see Queen Khalifa. I don't see Naya and Luzia. So I'm not seeing those are our ancestors. So when you say shit like that, you are big up in Elizabeth Taylor ass shit. You understand what I'm saying? Look, we're gonna act the fucking fool. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We gotta start acting a fool when we're being disrespected, and we got to stop allowing pale people to feel entitled or supreme or superior to you when they're not. This is my problem I have. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, you know, it's very interesting that one lady was talking about that they didn't lose their culture. Well, she didn't have to bring that up, but she said that basically, oh yeah, the blacks were coming in, and we're like, this is your culture too. The we should all just be one. Like, why are they putting us as separate? But according to this, it says, now again, all of this took place in the 19th, mid 20th century. It says, in the process, these schools denigrated Native American culture and made children give up their language and religion. So how is it that they still have all their language and religion? How the hell is it that Hopi tribe out there still got the little Hopi dance where they look like they about to fall over every step? They still in their teepees rocking out. They're Iron Eyes Cody. They still got their names. How is it they still have their culture, but when you look in the books, it's talking about in the process these schools denigrated Native American culture and made children give up their language and religion, their languages and religion. And when you look at the records, that only happened to us. That didn't happen to them. That happened to the original, the first American. And then we keep getting asked this question, well, what's y'all spirituality? What language y'all speak? Where y'all okra trees at? So we see it right here that they'll write Native American there, and they need to change that to Aboriginal or First American culture and made the children give up their languages and religion. Now, we know where they did that at. They did it at the church/school. And well, watch this, family. It's gonna go exactly into what you're getting at, see. At the same time, the schools provided a basic education in Euro-American subjects. These boarding schools, let me get it down to the two. These boarding schools were first established by Christian missionaries of various denominations, who often were approved by the federal government to start both missions and schools on reservations. What the hell's going on here? Man. Especially in the lightly populated areas of the West in the 19th and the early 20th centuries, the government paid religious orders to provide basic education to Native American children on reservations and later established its own schools on reservations. The Bureau of Indian Affairs. Y'all, that's the BIA. So anyway, also founded additional off-reservation boarding schools based on the assimilation model. Damn. Based on the assimilation model, these sometimes drew children from a variety of tribes. In addition, religious orders established off-reservation schools. But who are they going to show? Guess who they're going to show us? The people they just brought to America. Them right here, y'all. Let me show y'all, man. We know how their story goes in Canada. The ones who didn't want to assimilate, or those. Well, anyway, I'm not going to help any side in that story. That's a day. You know what? We on here on private. Okay, so them so-called children in Canada, but look at these. Look at them right here. Can I zoom in? Man, nope.
Hey, when y'all talk to y'all grandmothers or great grandmothers in that area and that time period, we just say like 70s, 80s and stuff like that or whatever. You ask them to say, well, they'll be like, oh, well, the school was at church. They were one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not just across the street, but right there. Like they're just calling them different things, but it's all Indian school. And we're gonna show you, you know what I'm saying?
This right here? It is the date said 1900. 1900. And they're showing you a whole bunch of children coming from Dehurst Colony. It's called Jewish Colonialization Association. These are the children brought over in the Dehurst Colony. We'll be going on that later.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little story in itself.
That's
But it
kind of
says
fucked
right
up,
here,
though, right? We let them in. We let John Smith in, right? And then now John Smith descendants, right, is putting niggas out the tribes and shit. I think it's very crazy. I think it's really Pocahontas is turning over in her grave, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this shit is crazy, bro. Like, it's really crazy, y'all. It gets worse, y'all. Like, we got so much shit. It's redonkulous. I just can't believe that we have allowed this to go on so long. But this is a part of the institute. It's institutionally ingrained in America. You dig what I'm saying? The school, like you get in trouble if you don't send your children to school and learn this dumbass shit. See what I'm saying? Or to be indoctrinated, or to be socialized to be losers, right? So in this caste system, no matter if you excel, you're still the loser in this game called the caste system. This is what's happening, y'all. It don't matter. Oh, she was the first black. He was the first black. When are y'all gonna get tired of hearing that? When we invented the shit. You understand what I'm saying? It's just condescending conversations. We're Americans. So when you see these people talking about, this is the first black this. No, we got to check that in the door. We're not black. Black is a system. If it's black, it's white. That's a problem. So we got to stop it. And if you say you want to beat this thing, then this is a part of it, man. Knowing the education system, knowing what the fuck you reading when you reading, and knowing when somebody is duping you, man. I tell niggas all the time, okay, if all books didn't exist, so y'all just don't have no more information then, huh? Right? It's not in the book. Oh, just because it comes out of book, it does not make it facts, y'all. So that's another a fallacy that these guys have, that everything written down, especially from somebody pale, is a fact. And it's absolutely not. And especially when you have these people printing up stuff, editing stuff, taking stuff, distributing our culture, distributing our information, distributing our history to us, creating it and then distributing it to us, and then distributing it. It's just all bad. It's bad all the way around the board. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just bad. And this is the source of the problem, to me. Is the miseducation of our people. So if the people were taught, the children were taught something different, right? They were taught the truth, who they were, you would have a different result. You understand what I'm saying? We would have moved differently if we grew up differently. And you know what I'm saying? But we grew up in this system that says that black is at the bottom, we supposed to struggle, and you know, and these people supposed, when that's just not the facts. That's just not reality, yo. So
that's right, man. Yeah, do you see this right here? You see how it goes right back around to what you read earlier? And it says the United States Indian Industrial School, but I haven't seen anybody in a TP with a CNC machine and making a damn hammer, nut, or bolt. Screw. That's the peanut butter man who made that. But out of nowhere in 1900, now they have this, huh? So the United States Indian Industrial School in is that Carl Issel? Or Carlisle? Carlisle? Mm-hmm. All right, Carlisle. Oh, must be French. Carlisle, Pennsylvania, generally known as Carlisle Indian Industrial School. It was a flagship. So when you look at flagship, it's too many dead giveaways. Way too many dead giveaways. Y'all fresh off the Hirsch colony. So Indian boarding school in the United States from 1879 through 1918. It took over the historic Carlisle Barracks, which was transferred to the Department of Interior from the War Department after the United States entry into World War I. The school was closed and its property was transferred back to the Department of Defense. All the property is now part of the U.S. Army War College. Guess what? We can't go on there now. We can't go on there and see what really went down. or what happened to our people. But that's what they do. They hide these things on that with something with military. And this is the symbol they use right here. You see that? Ain't that by the beat? So they'll show us these children, and they'll give us from 1879 until 1918 over 10,000 Native American children from 140 tribes attested. Carl's like, I got it. I have to show this real quick, Chief. You know, I've showed this a lot of times, and I have to show this again so people get an understanding. I want to have a full understanding real quick. Where's that shit at? Bust him in the head one time. Take 1 second. All right, let me see if I can pull it up real quick right here. Mexican country, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, peace of Lord Jamar in the building. Peace of the God, man.
Peace of the God, man. Oh, here they go. Their Ashkenaz want some shekels. All right, aims and activities. Its aims, as expressed in its statutes, have been implemented under changing historical conditions. These, ever since its establishment, have influenced the scale and direction of its activities conducted mainly in the diplomatic, social, and educational spheres. This is the Alliance Israelite University, but I need to get to the Jewish Colonialization Association so I can show. I can bust it out real quick. Show you they brought those children here. And y'all bear with me, I'm spelling everything wrong. It'll still pop up. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna let him slide. I can't let that slide. I can't let that slide at all. And they always make it where it loads up one by one. Man, I hate when they do that. So, okay. All right. Jewish Colonialization Association was a blah, blah, blah. Okay. Baron Maurice de Hirsch in 1891. You know, they really started before that with the Alliance Israelite University, as I showed prior to that. This is when they gathered large numbers. So let me hurry up and go through this. It was incorporated in London as a joint stock company whose other shareholders were Baron Edmund de Rothschild, J. Goldsmith, Ernest Joseph Cassell, F.D. Makata, Benjamin S. Cohen, S.H. Goldsmith, and Solomon Renaud. All right, so let's get down to it real quick. You see immigration with an E. All right. Okay, let's get down to this shit. Hold on.
Yeah, them sound like Vlad people.
Remember I said where the $5 Indian get his $5 from? The Cooperative Loan and Savings Bank. That's where those $5 Indians got their $5 from. Got him. All right. So 1889, the ICA aided Jewish immigrants into Argentina. Boom, that's Argentina. 1904, ICA acquired land in the Rio Grande do Sul area. Boom, you get a small colony in there. All right, cool. United States, 1891, Baron de Hirsch established the Baron de Hirsch Fund with the aim of aiding Jewish immigrants to the United States and promoting the establishment of rural centers there. Now, we'll be going on this another time because this whole thing busts out a whole lot of stuff. So you can see here, Pennsylvania. Squire lands in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. There it is right there. In Connecticut, order to settle Jewish immigrants on the land by World War I. 78 farms had been established. I wonder whose farms they took. All right. So that's going to be when we do another one. Let me get back to the original. I just had to slide that in real quick because there we go. Let's get back to it. So when you see these children here, okay, all these good children, the pupils at Carlisle Indian Industrial School, but we can't find any hammers being made in a teepee. You know, they're not making the Sega Genesis down there. They're not making the cell phone. They're not the real McCoy. There's no real McCoy popping out of the teepee. But how do they get an industrial school? What are they really doing? So just showing that when you see that, let me get back to the original too out of this. Okay, now. So when they show that, I'm telling you, these are children that they brought to America. I went over all that. All right, so children were typically immersed in European American culture. Schools forced removal of indigenous cultural signifiers, right? Cutting the children's hair, having them wear American-style uniforms, forbidding them from speaking their indigenous languages. So how can we have that? Yep. So how can we have that woman up there saying that, oh, we are the Choctaw and we let the blacks into the Choctaws and we're the original and we have the culture and we have the language. But it says here, and when you look up all the records, that the people who were the real indigenous, the first Americans, who they now in history, they do the paper genocide by putting Native American on it. So they're talking about us in the 19th century, early 19th century, doing that to us, and why we are in the position that we are in now. We suffered that. You don't hear about them suffering that. They still got totem poles and teepees. We're the ones that have been assimilated into Western culture, Western ways of living, Western ideology, education. Yeah, I say more. So, and replacing their tribal names with English language names, saints' names under some religious order. And you already know where that goes, Chief. So, all right, let me nail this other part before we get into that. In fact, let's bust into it. The trailer.
Oh, well, we can finish this segment, and then after this, we segue, because it's kind of segueing into it anyway, you know. So let me know when you finish, and I can kind of introduce it while you setting it up. I just want people to just keep in mind, like, once again, their Indian is a descriptive term of Negroes. They're interchangeable. So even when you go back and look at the documentation, look at the data, look at things that the actual primary sources, not the remake, not the rewrite. You know what I'm saying? You got to go look at the primary sources. They wasn't calling nobody Native Americans in these time periods, and even in the late 1800s, even after the Civil War. So the cover story is that the Native Americans, while they were being forced out by gunpoint, they said, hey, let's take our slaves with us. You know what I'm saying? And then the Negro slaves that went with them did more than they did in Indian or Negro territory. It doesn't make any sense. And we've also shown you guys, you know, that we had establishments in so-called Indian territory in the 1700s, long prior to the so-called Trail of Tears and all these other things. That these are all new inventions. There wasn't that many people. That they didn't send millions of people out to Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? And majority of people stayed and just dealt with assimilation in different ways. So everybody didn't get moved out to Oklahoma, and you're not an Indian unless you came off a reservation in Oklahoma or some dumbass shit, right? A reservation equals to prison camp or something of that nature. So it would be like saying Jewish people saying that Auschwitz is where they come from. The prison camps and things, the internment camps and things is where they started at. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same type of conversations. And so now, people say, well, you're not on these rolls. So, you get people that sticking their chest out and saying, you guys aren't Indians because you're not on a Dawes rolls, or you're not on this rolls or this roll, right? And those rolls are acts of war. And you niggas are waging war against your own motherfucking people. That's the problem I have. So niggas like I am fucking agents, been agents for years, you know what I'm saying, talking good. And brothers like ourselves, we want to support brothers that and sisters that saying that they're for the people and they're doing certain things, you know what I'm saying? And we can get around the ideology, whether he calls himself a Moor, a Muslim, whatever. It's about the work, and it's about what are you actually doing for the people, not but what you call yourself. Just like Malcolm said, leave your motherfucking beliefs at the door. These niggas don't know how to do that. And that's the problem. So they'd rather cape and push this pale agenda and push these people's agenda on our people than push the truth. That's a problem for me with all these gatekeeping ass people. And this is what we're gonna. This is a part of it though. A part of showing, you know what I'm saying? Showing where they changed this up. And they changed it by changing the language. Simple.
That's how they
then they turn around and sell us the books. From the Bible to Harry Potter, right? That's what they're doing. This is the source of their power. These niggas is smoke and mirrors, you know what I'm saying? But the smoke and mirrors works because we internalize the weakness. We internalize the losery. Like you be sitting on the sideline, like you raise your hand, like the losing, like you see them losing every time, but you want to play for the losing team every time. You don't want to never. They can't even see themselves winning. See what I'm saying? That's a problem for me. What you got?
Oh man, I have a quote.
Yeah, this is a hard part right here.
Washington. They not ready for that one, but you got to give it to him, man, because it's not no regular thing right here. So we see here a Henry Knox. We see him here with the cannon, looking goofy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Knox to George Washington in 1790s, right? Says, instead of exterminating a part of the human race, we had preserved and at last had imparted our knowledge of cultivating and the arts to the aboriginals of the country. Yeah, that shit. But it has been conceived to be impracticable. I'm saying the word wrong, y'all. Bear with me. Impracticable to civilize the Indians of North America. This opinion is probably more convenient than just. 1790s. Notice the type of wording. Instead, exterminating.
That's definitely not from 1790, my brother.
Nah,
definitely not from 1790.
Nope.
But it's somebody's interpretation of what these people were talking about. Because George Washington wouldn't have never been speaking English in 1700s because it didn't exist at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, but what he would have been speaking is he would have been speaking a Choctaw, a Washita dialect, the language. He'd have been speaking that language. Okay,
That's right.
He wouldn't have not been speaking French or German or any of these things. He'd have been speaking native tongue, which is Washita, which Washita is a dialect of Choctaw. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So all these things are interconnected, and what they've done, they have just split it all up. or you're Sioux, you're Choctaw, you this, and it's Blackfoot, you're Tar Heel. You're all the same people, or variations of their descriptive terms. Even Indian is a descriptive term. It's not like we were sitting there saying, they say, well, who are you guys? They say, we're the Southeast Indians and I'm the Northeast Indians. Stop the bullshit, bro. Stop it. When we talk about we're the Aborigines of this land, right? What we're saying is that we're the first inhabitants of this land. And that means something. And that we never came here, we were never brought here, that we were already here. And what we have is the science. And what they don't have is the evidence that we were already here. That's what we have. And they have a cover story that was given to them by the Melvins, Herstovix type niggas and all those other people, right? With no documentation. They just have a cover story. And I kind of keep saying it's a cover story because the cover story is what is being funded. Okay? They fund the Amerigo Vespucci lie. They fund the out of Africa lie. Okay? It fits their system. You see niggas anywhere? Well, you guys don't really have rights to this or whatever because you're originally from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, just let me know when you read that, bro.
All right, I'm pulling up right now.
So yeah, man, I wanted to kind of segue into this next clip we're about to show y'all, man. Wait till you get ready to pull it up. Hey, man, it's been a labor of love, y'all. Y'all already know, man. You know, it's a lot of you know, time and energy and love goes into, you know, producing the things that we're producing. You know what I'm saying? Because one, there's actual love for the people. We're not here for the show. We're not here for the fluff. We're here for results. We're here for what they say, the guns, not the butter. We're here for the real shit. And the real shit is what seems like the people don't support the real shit. The people want to support Lil Nas X and all the other tomfoolery and the fuckery that goes on. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be some of us that stand firm and sturdy, man, and stand for something. So we got to be those people, y'all. So our ancestors deserve it. They do not deserve the disrespect that they've been getting from everybody that comes to this land. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, so shout out to the ancestors that woke up and all y'all, man. And we definitely appreciate everybody that came through on this, once again, historic evening that we have here. Y'all know how we do. We just keep making history around this piece. And once again, y'all are part of history. Y'all are part of this movie. You know what I mean? So I want to thank you guys once again, as you guys are going to be the first to get a sneak peek of what we cooking up over here right now. So I can't wait. Like I said, I'm really excited, y'all. I'm glad that the cat's been able to come out the bag. So El Gato Negro is finally out the bag, y'all. So I'm really excited, y'all. So I can't wait to see y'all see this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, tomorrow's a new day, man. So it's a new day for the American Aborigines, man. Peace to all the ancestors that woke up in y'all, man. You know, salute to everybody, man, that supported this event. And like I said, we're not finished, y'all. We got some more heat to bring. Waiting on Lotus to load up this clip, y'all.
Yep, man. I gotta dig in the crate. Pull it up to this back a little bit. Get so many messages.
Let me resend it to you.
Shoot, I almost got it now. Yeah, resend it to me. So it's like I gotta go back like a whole week to pull it up.
Hey, yeah, go ahead and real fast. I'm about to hold on.
Oh, come on.
2 minutes. 1 second. Man.
All right, I got it.
Cool. So y'all gonna be able to say y'all was here. Now, what was y'all at? August 15th. Sorry, I got
when they tried to lock it down again, and we weren't going for it. We're not gonna take this. Nope, we ain't taking it, man. It was no more. But yeah, here we go.
What a sound. Hey, Lotus, there's no sound.
Can't hear the sound? Hold on, y'all. Let's run it back one time.
Shoot the DJ.
One thing about our community is that we don't identify as African, and we don't identify as African American.
I'm talking for the natives.
Yeah.
I like when it comes to talking about African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more because that's a system.
A Negro is still languished in the corners of American society, finds himself in exile in his own land.
Aborigine, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines.
Yes, sir.
Oh, snap.
Hey, man, the question on the table is, who are the first Americans, y'all? That's the question on the table. That's the movement. We are the First American Council. We got the Declaration of Reclamation. Like I said, this is our first, it's the first part of this docuseries, First Americans, y'all. The forbidden history of the Aborigines of America. You know what I'm saying? And so when we're talking about this information, you know, once again, the school system is not pushing the truth. The school system is not pushing, you know, I'm not gonna say, I'm saying that they push a certain agenda, once again, that's a part of the caste system that puts them on top and pushes you at the bottom. So you participate by calling yourself black, by participating in the Outer Africa myth, by participating in pale supremacy. This is what happens. This is a result of, and this result comes from the educational system, which is indoctrinated through all institutions. I can't even think of an institution other than the institution that we're have created, that is for us and by us. Now, I could be mistaken, but most of the other institutions are religious or military or governmental based, period. And structurally, that's a problem from the foundation. So whether it's the NAACP, the Urban League, blah, 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 fraternities, sororities, all these systems are set up as gatekeepers, as buffers for these people. And that's the problem that we're having. And that's why things are going the way it's going. So people are waking up to this. But once again, our people are also, shiny things, and money will make people turn the blind eye to things, or accept certain things that you would normally accept. But because they're paying, you accept pedophilia, you accept degeneracy. You dig what I'm saying? And so that's a part of the problem, you know what I'm saying? The gods need to step up. And we say this a lot. Men, real men, need to step up and take a stance. And once again, a lot of times you be out there by yourself when you're taking these principled stance. Like we talk about this all the time, for all the gatekeepers and the vultures and all these other people. If people took principled stance and stood on it as men and as women, we stood on these principles, right? We would get a long way. Like if we would have stood on the principles, right, when they boycotted Gucci. So the 90-day boycott, we put Gucci out of business. Anybody you see in Gucci, you running them about that shit. You understand what I'm saying? Now, matter of fact, then Gucci stock went up. They didn't lose no money. Rappers are still walking around wearing Gucci, which once again, the people follow behind these blind ass people, right, who have been paid off. So, we just forgot that Gucci did that, right? So I can go on and on and on and on of the degeneracy that we participate in as a people. So once again, I wouldn't send my dog to these people's school, whether it's private, whether it's a wealthy white school somewhere that you think is better than any. I wouldn't send my dog to their school, let alone send my children. Do you understand what I'm saying? I would not send my children to these people to be indoctrinated, to be put in a losing team. You understand? So that's the problem that we're having with this, y'all. Nonetheless, it's in the building. Peace to the God. That's what's up. Definitely appreciate you guys, man, in the building, yo. Say some church. Yeah, that's a fact, bro. Hey, can we play that again, bro? Let's run that back. Let's get a playback. People that missed it. So yeah, man. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in. Before I was there, yeah, we about halfway there. Shit. Yeah, man. Definitely appreciate everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Like I said, man, movie, man. You guys are part of the movie right now. We definitely appreciate everybody that supported this. Is going to be supporting this in the future, man. Definitely appreciate it, man. If you guys haven't checked out Egypt or America or Once Upon a Time in America, y'all tap in with that on time. Both of those lectures are from last year. They're up. Crazy information in there as well. We still got a lot of information to drop on this, man. But like I said, there's just we had to tap into this right here. But we're gonna get back into this trailer for this movie. Can you enlarge it too, brother? Appreciate you.
One thing about our community is that we don't identify as African, and we don't like identify as African American.
The natives.
Yeah.
When it comes to talking about African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more. That's a system.
A Negro is still languished in the corners of American society, finds himself in exile in his own land.
Aborigine, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines.
Talk to him, Malcolm. Now, y'all know, we've heard that speech. We've heard different speeches, from the late greats like Malcolm X. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, man, like we pointed out when we played a lot of these clips, that the speech, the ballad of the bullet, this and the third, right? But it would be certain words like, once again, black. See, there's a system. See, and not that Malcolm was participating, like, let's say, in that system, but once again, he was educated and socialized in this system here in America. So they were pushing black at one time, and in let's just say in the school systems, right? Black studies. It was called Black Studies, right? So that was, say, the late 70s going into the 80s. And then the 80s going into the 90s, Black studies turned into African American studies. Right along when your name was changed to African American in the late 80s, going into the 90s. So this transformation, like, I remember just waking up, and a lot of you guys, y'all remember waking up and you was African one day? what Morgan Freeman say? He just woke up and I was African. Like, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? We just woke up and we was Africans one day because somebody decided that was the story that they wanted to push to further push us away from power. Our power is tapping into this land, tapping into our roots, tapping into our ancestors, and we are bypassing that power by praying to Mecca, to Israel, to Ghana, to Kemet, to Ireland, England, wherever, but anywhere else but here. You're missing your blessings. You're stepping all over your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And this is where, like I said, it's the return of the great ones. We are the ancient ones, and we are speaking for our ancestors. So we do have the authority to speak, and they do not have the authority to speak. It's nothing. So I don't honor shit that these people say, no way, shape, or form. I don't honor no paperwork they ever created. I don't honor shit that they say. You see how this work? And that's a part of being free. So this community, this platform, solution-based, and the things that we are fighting for, the things that everything is all about. Even when we're doing the Short Bush Shorties and us, we playing with Jason and CandyMan and all these other things. These are only for entertainment purposes. But the seriousness of this is that we're doing things to change the trajectory of the bullshit, the historical. We're gonna be slaves forever if we do not change this. Do y'all understand? if men and women do not step up, stand up, and unfortunately, y'all, it's going to take a few good men and women. It's not going to be a lot of us, y'all. So you guys are special forces. This is a special forces meeting. So there ain't going to be 10,000 people here listening to this, 20,000 people listening to this. See how this work? Building. So these are the builders right here that's listening right now. So I want to, once again, salute y'all. Pat yourself on the back. We definitely, you know what I'm saying, get hugs and kisses from over here, man. Nothing but love from us to y'all, man. So definitely, like I said, salute, and we honor you guys, you know what I'm saying? So just wanted to point that out, man. Yeah, Lotus, man. I know you asked a few things, man. You know, we still just talking about kindergarten a little bit. Like I said, this stuff gets kind of boring, y'all, but the seriousness of it is you got to get in there and just break the shit down like brain surgery, man. Like, we cannot just tell the cover story, because the cover story, right, empowers these people. So when we tell these stories that are written by these people, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? It almost like, for me, like, you know, as a platform, right? And I see like the Adam 22s, and you got these other new, you know, pale platforms who are guests in the House of Hip Hop, for instance, right? But we honor those guys' platforms and give those guys interviews, right? And empower these guys before we empower our platforms and our people for our commerce, for our currency, for, see what I'm saying? To build our shit up. Have you ever went into the Asian community? Everybody's living well. They have Chinatown. Where is the Aborigine town? What does the nigger town look like in your town? Who's sleeping at the toppest hill in your town right now? Who's living in the best parts of your town right now? Answer that question. So, yeah, man, we got a lot of work to do, man. And, you know, it's a lot of criticism go around the board. It ain't about criticism. It's about getting to work, and it's about action. You know what I'm saying? Because we all are part of the problem. And it's about being part of the solution at this point right now. Go ahead, Lotus. Appreciate your brain, man. Arkansas is in the building. That's what's up, Rain. Definitely, man. You know, being able to pass this information, man, doing your genealogy. Hey, man, like I said, man, shout out to Lord Jamar. Y'all know I'm a big fan, and y'all know we played stuff over here. I remember the time when he did the genealogy. The sister, I always, you know, tell people to reach out to her. Her company was Black Heritage, mybblackheritage.com. You know, and there was a lot of other free sites and things that we put out there for people to do their genealogy. And, you know, a lot of people became genealogists from those free sites, y'all, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, they're doing genealogy for people. But knowing who you are, knowing your family tree is a lifelong endeavor. And at some point, you're not going to have records, y'all. Records are new. When they started creating records, it's like creating records. Like, you know how they have records for cattle and, you know, in inventory, keeping inventory, yes. You know what I'm saying? That's against the Constitution of the United States, that you don't supposed to enumerate or tax Negroes, AKA Indians, or American Indians, or the American Negro, or the Aborigine of America, right? Now, I know for a fact that taxation is one of the biggest things, that how they took millions of acres and took businesses from us. Not just the lynchings and the terrorism and the things of terrorism, right, that they did to our people, but the taxation, the regulation that put us out of businesses. Okay? So these are things that need to be not repaired, but the crimes that need, the restitution that needs to be paid for the crimes that have happened to our people, y'all. So we got to start speaking with a matter of fact, and not as if maybe, you know, we have to have confidence in who we are. We are the first Americans. And so once again, the question on the table is, who are the first Americans? So starting tomorrow, we're going to be asking that question to the general public. Right now, you guys got the sneak peek on this trailer. And just like I said, the movement is who are the first Americans, who are the first Americans.com, who are the first Americans, who are the first Americans. And when you ask this question to people, you better be prepared to have some rebuttals and some answers, because if you ask the question and you're not ready for the answers that they're going to give you, because you got to keep in mind, they're going to give you some weird, some crazy ass answers, or some answers that they have been indoctrinated through school or through socialization. Okay? Because these people believe in these cover stories because these cover stories give them power. Okay? So the recessive man needs a story. He needs to cheat. He has to do these things because this is his nature. This is his job, right? The nature of this people is to create mischief. And it's just a historical fact. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I mean, it's just the nature of a thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So when we're talking about the educational system or whatever, it needs to be completely destroyed and thrown in the trash. Period. That's not an opinion. You know what I'm saying? You know how people have opinions? No, it's not a fucking opinion. This is just facts. Because this system, this thing was created to put you in an inferior place. It was created to indoctrinate and to steal your children's mind. So when we're talking about kindergartening, the garden of the child's mind, the cultivating of the child's mind. So when you put them in even pre-K now, you know what I'm saying, kindergarten or whatever, you have somebody that is socializing your child at a young age, right, against their nature to do things and to you understand what I'm saying, to break their spirit. So it is pre-fucking Indian school, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of our warriors can't sit down in school. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're emasculating them. And they like, and we're gonna get into this a little bit, but they also created this industry basically for their women. You know what I'm saying? They use their women as the teachers. Like, you overwhelmingly, right? The pale woman is the teacher. So basically, now Betty Crocker has taken motherhood away from you, moms, because you got to go to work in this system. Shit's crazy, y'all. Lil Yost is in the building. Peace to the guy. What it do, Yost? Welcome. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. What else we got, y'all? Lotus, you there? Lotus. Okay, Lotus, be back, y'all. We're gonna get into this kindergarten stuff, y'all. And I know you Lotus got a couple things, man. Yeah, man. Say peace to everybody. We're gonna be showing the clip again a little later. I'll say peace and thank everybody for tuning in, man. We definitely appreciate it, man. These are definitely the builders over here. And like I said, y'all gonna be seeing, hearing a lot more about who are the first Americans, man. And like I said, that's the question on the table right now. I'm gonna be asking everybody that, you know, who are the first Americans, everybody, every walk of the life. And here's the thing, right? Most of the people, you know, the experiments that I've been doing prior to this, right? Man, some of them I wish I would have recorded them, you know, just so y'all could see them. We could have maybe, but you know, it's really interesting things that people say, you know, and a lot of times, you know, they believe in things that are not logical as well. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes you just gotta say, you know, like people believe, for instance, right? People believe that there was an ice bridge 18 to 15,000, 18 to 12,000 years ago, right? Right? They call it Beringer, named after this dude who, right? Beringer, Bering Strait, right? And basically what they're saying is, right, this is the cover story. Now the cover story says, they say, hey, well, that people skated across this ice bridge, right? But they ran into a 2-mile high ice wall, right? And so they said they couldn't cut through. Okay. Now, the problem with this story is, right, let's just say the story is absolutely true, right? There's an ice bridge, right? And people was going to walk across, right? The problem with that is, right, that when they tell this story, because they say Asia and Siberia, right, you're looking at it from, you know, a modern Asian or modern Siberian or modern Russian concept. You're not looking at it from who was on the planet 12,000, 18,000 years. You're only looking at it from Asian, a modern day Chinese nigga skating across this ice bridge. Okay? The other problem that you have with this, y'all, this is the other problem they have, right? That people have been sailing boats, navigating, circumnavigating this planet before, during, and after, okay? The so-called ice age. Because I'm like, well, who do they have? Like ancient meteorographers, like, you know what I mean? Ancient weathermen and shit, telling them, leaving, fucking stop it, man. How do y'all know? Like, this is, but it's a part of the cover story, because when you have ice, you have pale people, right? Because remember, ice and cold turns them pale. False. Once again, it ain't even a theory, y'all. Like the Bering Strait crossing it hasn't made the hypothesis stage. It's still in the mythology stage. Okay? Out of Africa is in the hypothesis stage. It's an uneducated guess based off of Adam and Eve. So every time that somebody's talking about they believe in the out of Africa theory, but they don't believe in the theory of evolution, they need to have their goddamn head examined. You cannot, I'm going to say this again, you cannot come out of Africa if you did not evolve in Africa. You cannot have out of Africa without Charles Darwin and Galton and them, okay? You cannot do it. So when these niggas be saying that dumb shit, you know what I'm saying? They say, oh, I don't believe in the theory of evolution, but I believe in out of Africa hypotheses as being a fact because it has scientific facts wrapped around it. Or I mean, scientific theories, and science, you know that scientific theories are facts. But then you ask them, well, what the hell is a scientific fact? Two things cannot be the same or true, right? Yes cannot be no, up cannot be down. These are oxymorons, yeah. Lotus, you back yet? I just wanted to point that out, man. Sheesh. That's what's up, Rain. Lotus. just want to say peace to everybody, man, coming in, building. See what Lotus said. What else we got going on, y'all? Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your boy, it's your Sahab. And I come in peace. But this is the Aborigine Horror Show. This is the massacre of the American indoctrination system. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this is about, y'all, breaking this stuff down. It's kind of tedious or whatever. So, you know, gotta have a little break, a little laughter in between there, y'all. Let this stuff digest it down a little bit, man. Definitely appreciate everybody appreciating the information. Pretty interesting, man. Team is definitely in the building, y'all. MVP, y'all already know what the MVP is tonight. The CEO. Salute. The great people over there at 2 a.m. Hey, by the fact, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m., man. It's time to wake up, man. Man, go get y'all some of the exclusive cheap Billy Goat over there at 2 a.m., man. We got some new shit on the site, y'all, man. I'm probably gonna show y'all some of that stuff tonight too, man. We might as well, man. The Living Legend stuff is out right now. You already know. Salute to the Living Legend, the God, Lord Jamar is in the building, y'all. I want to say salute to the Living Legend, Lord Jamar, man. Hey, I want to salute to y'all too, man. Y'all all living legends, man. Y'all all the great ones. Y'all know I say that all the time, man. Y'all the greatest of all time, and y'all descendants of the greatest people of all time. And you want to know how I can say this with a confidence? Because motherfuckers are not blowing out candles around the world. Motherfuckers is not riding donkeys around the world right now. Motherfuckers is flushing toilets and air conditioning and refrigerators and cars and airplanes, all these things that were invented by American Aborigines here in North America. So I just want to say salute to y'all, man. And once again, y'all already know what it is, man. Stay tuned, man. We just getting started, man. We just getting started. The work is just getting started, man. This revolution will be streamed. It will be televised, y'all. And we live and direct, man. Like I said, we do this for the love of the people. And like I said, we putting on for the ancestors, y'all. So, you know, it's not gonna look the same. It's not gonna feel the same. This is gonna feel like your uncles, your cousins, your brother. This feels right to you. That's why y'all here. You know what I'm saying? The spirit led you into this. You know what I'm saying? So to subscribing and being a part of this movement, being a part of this community. You know what I'm saying? So once again, you guys are a part of history right now, right? You guys are a part of Aboriginal history right now, American history right now, and y'all don't even know it. I think it's beautiful. Well, I think y'all know it because y'all smart. Smartest chat room in American history. So I want to say peace to y'all, man. Lotus, you back in the building? That's right. That's a fact, right? We talk about, you know, they like scientific and theory are not one word. It's a compound word. So music and theory, right? Same way as like that. But what these guys do, right, it's called double speech. So when they say that, right, when we point that out, they'll be like, oh, the outer Africa is a hypothesis. And they say, oh, well, it's a they don't even say it's a scientific hypothesis. They say it's a scientific theory. Once again, they talking around you because it hadn't made the theory stage to be even talked about being a scientific theory or even being confused with a theory at all. It's still in the hypothetical category. It hadn't made that yet. And by this time, if you don't know that that's been debunked 1,000 times, 10,000 times, because people are associating themselves with monkey people, right? Well, guess what? These motherfuckers say that monkey people, y'all, not people, but monkey people. I gotta say monkey people because these are naked monkey people that have been building shit. I can't make this up, y'all. Been building shit for millions of years. Millions in the Americas. in Asia, in the Philippines. Millions of years. They said, no. Those were just intelligent monkey people. They wasn't as intelligent as we are, but they intelligent monkey people. They're intelligent enough to build boats millions of years ago. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. They were intelligent enough to not die. Listen to me. Evolution, listen, ants would not wait. Birds, trees, animals, nothing would wait for us to evolve. Nothing would wait on us. We wouldn't be here if evolution, think about this. It's like, how about this? Was we just born grown, or was we babies? Like imagine a baby, right? Being born and just left in the woods. How long that baby gonna live? This ain't motherfucking the zoo book. The motherfucking animals ain't gonna take this baby in and turn it like learning the ways of the motherfucking monkeys and rats and shit. That baby gonna get eaten on the ground. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? The animals wouldn't have waited on us to be intelligent. Do y'all understand? We have been intelligent for billions of years. Now, they're gonna say, hey, what is you talking about? Well, how long do you think we took us to come up with calculus? Math, science, zero, pi. And not pie in the sky, daddy. We're not talking about Proto-Indo-European stuff, no, right? We're talking about pi root. How long do you think it took us to come up with that? How long do you think it took us to build all these motherfucking pyramids in America? But y'all talk about the couple hundred that you got that's new in North so-called Africa. See, once again, they want you to be a foreigner to a land that they usurp, to power that they usurp. So when you say that you are hyphen America, right? It's like, do you get fucking dual citizenship for being an African American? What do you get for being an African American? You get kicked in the ass. You don't get nothing for being African American. You don't get shit for being black either. You know what I'm saying? So once again, why can't we just be the best? Why can't we be Americans? Why don't we step into our proper place? So when we're saying that we the Atanchans, that we sprung from this land, that we are the first inhabitants of this great country, of this land. We're talking about the USA. So now, USA. I remember when I used to hate the American flag. They used to tell me, I was like, no. Fuck African American. Just drop the American and keep me the African. Y'all understand what I'm saying? The brainwashing. So I was the #1 Black Power Ranger around this bitch. So when these niggas be talking, I'm like, nigga, what? What are you talking about? Like, you ain't never bust a grape in a food fight, and you're not even talking about it. Okay? So the shit y'all talking about, they try to act like that we're not for our people because we're saying we're not black. What? We're saying we're not a part of the losing system? We're not a part of being degenerates? It's just a psychological disadvantage that you're giving yourself. That's all. You're giving these people a black billy club to beat your ass with it. And then you give them a white billy club to beat your ass with the white billy club as well. And every other color billy clubs in between. That doesn't make sense. See, once again, we're doing shit that doesn't make sense. Like, people teach this dumb shit to their children. And wonder why children be looking at you like you're a fucking idiot. It doesn't feel right to teach this much losery. Sorry, we're just gonna be losers today. Next year we're gonna be losers. We're gonna practice just to be losers, right? That's it. You know you ain't gonna win no championships ever. You conceding being losers by calling yourself all these weak ass terms. When you're gonna say terms that give yourself power, give our people power. So that's what it's about. So if you don't like us calling ourselves Aborigines, so what are we doing to hurt anybody by calling ourselves Aborigines? When you actually look into the actual definition of American, it literally says the Aborigines, which means the first people that were here. We were here when any other people came here. We've been here according to science, not according to me, not according to Original American, not according to Rain, right? According to the actual evidence, this was a Negro continent. We got to keep saying that. And we are the descendants of the Negroes that were here. So when we show Louisiana, some of just the oldest bones, but what about that go back 12,000 years ago, right? 11,000 years ago, 13,000 years ago, right? But what about 6,000 years ago? What about 2,000 years ago? They got the bones from 12,000 years ago. They have bones from 2,000 years ago. Okay? They have bones from 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, right? They have tens of thousands of skeletal remains here in America, right? And the measurements of the craniology, the craniometry, right? It just works like this right here. It's super simple. Okay. What happens is, right, how you identify people from the past, because they don't have any skin, right? You get all these skulls and you say, oh, well, all these skulls right here, right, that we found in this grave go back 6,000 years, 2,000 years, 500 years ago, right? And they say, hey, all these skulls are measurements of this right here. And they write the measurements down. So they say that all these skulls identify all these people, these 500 bones, these 3 bones, 4 bones, 10 bones, whatever. They identify these people, right, in this time period as being Negroes, right? How they identify them as Negroes from back then to now is they compare the measurements of living Negroes now, right, or the skull measurements of Negroes now to Negroes then. They're not digging. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They're not digging up, oh, we got 12,000 year bones. We're comparing them to other dead motherfucking bones. No, they're comparing them to living fucking people. Us. They're comparing them to us. But when they report it, they say, oh, they resemble Africans. Well, nigga, I thought I was African, so I know. You know what I'm saying? So, well, because I'm dark, that means we resemble Africans, or Africans are Melanesian or Polynesians, right? Well, guess what? What about all the other niggas that you found here? So why are you comparing us to you know, you understand what I'm saying? When they say Africans, it automatically puts you in that lane, in the out of Africa paradigm, which is a hypothesis, which makes everything pan boo boo. Everything. When I say every goddamn thing that comes from the pan boo boo, aka pan African side, is pseudo. I'm not going to tell y'all this ever again. Okay, it's pseudo. It's no other way to look at it. Period. If the foundation of what you believe in, the foundation, right, said is maybe, probably didn't happen, right? Your whole doctrine, everything that comes out your mouth is pseudo. They can't prove Lucy. They can't prove shit. I can show y'all right now hominids right now. I don't know if you guys caught the debunking of out of Africa, but we got the goddamn hominid El Greco driving the fucking bus. This is how long we've been doing this, y'all. Like I said, we've been debunking this shit so long it don't even make sense. It's not a debate anymore. They're obstructing. You know what I'm saying? They're obstructing our heritage. They're obstructing the justice and the peace that we're trying to have by pushing this bullshit on our people. Out of Africa is death to our people. It is a part of the Black program. We talked about the Black program before. I don't know if we got time. Lotus, you back?
Yeah, just got back. Yeah, man, I'm about to pass out. Yeah, that drive killed me, man. Damn, we had a couple more step up in here.
Yeah, appreciate them, man. Appreciate that coming in. Definitely do, man. So shit, man.
What's this other shit?
You good? You fell asleep over there?
I did for a minute, then I made a run. Hell yeah, I mean, I just drove 3 hours, man, so I'm a little burnt out now.
Yeah, that's what's up, though. Yeah, man, we're gonna close this. We're ready to close this thing on out, man. You know, if you want to just go over this kindergarten stuff. Huh?
Right. The Goddard.
Yeah, we can just hit this real fast. Get on up out of here.
Got it.
You got it. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Shit. Yeah, now that the driver from Cali there. These goofy ass children on you. Can you see it?
Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's 2 a.m. It's time.
I say 200, but it's not blown up. Okay. Okay, you can see. I don't know why it won't let me blow it up bigger than that.
I think it's big enough. That's it.
No, it's a lot better. It's a little bigger. Okay, let me see the potato. Ooh, shit. Yeah, now we want to focus on America.
Well, it's established, you know, that we kind of broke it down already. We're just basically getting a second opinion from Wikipedia and everybody else. But yeah, already kind of.
Hey, you see the first image? Hey, you want to know what's crazy? Yeah, when we pulled up the Ironized Cody's little cousins and all them, they're started in the 1900s. But here we have an image now. Of course, they have before this date, 1921 kindergarten class at the East Texas State Normal College Training School. That's all they give us? That's dirty. It says the United States kindergarten is usually part of the K-12 educational system. In most schools, children begin kindergarten at age 5 for 1 year. 43 of the 50 states, the exceptions being Alaska, Idaho, Minnesota, Michigan, New Hampshire, New York, And of course, Pennsylvania required school districts to offer a kindergarten year. Students develop skills such as numeracy, literacy, and a greater awareness of the world around them geographically, scientifically, socially, and culturally. The requirement states on the aspirant. Now there's some more stuff. Hold on. The American educational system is trash, man. It is trash. For real. Well, this creepy looking. Here it is. Creation of Kindergarten by Frederick Frobel. He opened a play and activity institute in 1837 in the village of Bad Blankenburg. I'm a little tired, so my mind's wrong area on that one. What the hell kind of name is that? Bad Blankenburg. That's the hell. All right. Okay, so that's very interesting. I guess inside joke. In the Principality of Schwarzburg-Rudolstadt, Thuringia is an experimental social experience for children entering school. He renamed his institute Kindergarten, meaning garden of children. I want y'all get a good look at this picture and tell me if you would leave your 5-year-old. Would you leave your 5-year-old?
Hell.
This motherfucker right here.
That nigga looked like he was on To Catch a Predator, like Frodo looking motherfucker. This motherfucker right here is definitely Frodo from Lord of the Rings. I swear to God, that nigga right here, man. This nigga Frederick says ain't so. What is happening right now?
He got them beady Joe Biden eyes right there. He's sniffing the damn children, boy. The hell? Oh man. God, that fucked me up. All right, let me get back.
Oh, shit. That's terrible, yo. Frodo.
That was another thing I stumbled upon. Like, it's just something not right. Like, we're gonna start teaching them when they're children. Like, okay.
So I don't know if we're gonna get into him, but I just give you guys a little background on Frederick Frobel. He was a journey. He lived. He's like the nigga that he lived like an interesting life, right? But it's interesting, right, that this guy, not only that he's not that he's a Slav, right? He's a Slav. Okay, he's of Slavonic lineage. Okay, but it's bigger than that, right? Because Frobel, as a little boy, right, was an apprentice, right? Now, here's the thing. If he would have been a person of color, they would have been like former slave turned teacher, turned this and that and the third, businessman or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Even if the person would have been in some type of indentured servitude or some type of punishment, prison, or even in a family, right? If you're a person of color, you will be classified in these people's cover story as a slave. See how they put the slave on us, and then this guy Frodo here, he's an apprentice. Well, apprenticeship is slavery. I'm going to say this again so y'all can understand what I'm saying. Indentured servitude, employment, apprenticeships Apprenticeships are all forms of enslavement. And I like how they say enslavement. Because once again, who's ever telling a story and based off the complexion of the person, if you're in a family, if you're black, you're a slave. If you're copper color, you're a slave. If you got locked up, or if you had a job and you're a person of color, you're a slave in this slave cover story. Okay? So these are the problems that we have with the narrative and the cover story all the time. So the pale people aren't, even though they're in slave land in Slavonia, from Slavonia, named Slavs, in chains, these niggas is just prisoners, or these niggas is just indentured servants, right? Not us. You know what I'm saying? We got to be the slaves, and we own shit. See what I'm saying? And this is the cover story, and this is the problem. So we internalize their slave stories, we internalize their slavery, and we are acting it out today. We're acting out Willie Lynch today. We're acting out all the degenerate things that these people started, who brought it here. We didn't have prisons. We didn't have nursing homes. We did not have fucking orphanages until these people came here. And all these things were for them and their people. Okay? So, once again, we are the greatest people on this planet. So they're going out their way to put us down and put us in the loser state. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, this wild right here, man. It's some wild.
Oh, it gets worse.
Yeah, it kind of woke me up looking at this right here. It said the first kindergarten in the U.S. was founded in Watertown, Wisconsin in 1856 and was conducted in German by Margareta Meyer Schurz. You know what? I always argued with people, man, you're talking about this in English. Hell no, that document in English is going to be in French or German. And you see it right here. The first kindergarten in the U.S. was founded in Watertown, Wisconsin, in 1856, and was conducted in German by Margareta Meyer Schurz. Man, yeah, it doesn't get any better after that either.
Like I said, these fools are speaking German. Listen, y'all. We had a great relationship with Germany until World War II. So that's late 1930s, 1940s. When I say we, I'm saying the American government had a great relationship with the German government. So much so is that we allow a lot of them to come here to America and set up fucking shop. The same way that waves of other immigrants have came after them and set up shop here in America, taking land and resources from the original inhabitants. But because you believe you're from Africa, you're not going to fight for your rights. You're not going to fight for your heritage. You're not going to fight for your fucking land or your money. This is our shit. It's like J.G. Wentworth. It's our money and we want it now. We don't want no lip service no more, y'all. We tired of this. Y'all got the funds. Why are y'all making it so hard for people of color to get the funds? This doesn't make any sense. And so then when niggas be doing little special shit or whatever to get it done, to get to these resources, then they want to have a problem. See what I'm saying? I think that's a problem to me when you guys make those type of moves and y'all do the things and say the things that y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? You're so fucking hypocritical because they sure enough found some money for motherfuckers in this pandemic, but they can't find no money for us. See what I'm saying? So there's a problem right there, y'all. Well, once again, we got to stop saying black. And I tell us, you know, even when we talk about, for instance, Ice Cube, shout out to Ice Cube, and y'all know we bigged up the Black Plan. You know what I'm saying? Our only objections was calling it Black Plan. You're calling it the blank plan. Black means blank, bleached out, blotted out, right? And every other negative connotation after that. So these people put blank on us, bleached out on us. Black means something different now, and it still means something negative. So there's no black laws, even though it's Black Law Dictionary. I even almost think that they called it black law because they know people are associating words black and law. Like it's no such thing as a white law or black law. That's illegal according to American law. There's no need for civil rights bills in America. So, okay. So this is some bullshit across the board. Lotus.
Yeah, got another one here, man. Yeah, you heard of the story of Elizabeth Peabody?
Yep.
You know, as soon as I saw that face, I'm like, oh man, I know that story. Ugh. I'm not blowing that up. Nobody.
That looks like Madame Blavatsky's twin sister right there. Fat, greasy. She looked like she just beat niggas. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Boy.
She looked fucked up.
Elizabeth Peabody. Yeah, man. Hold on real quick.
Wake up. Big ooga to the tribe, man. I want to say honor and admiration to all American Aborigines tuned in, man. It's going to be listening to this later, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that tapped in, man. All the builders out there, man. Salute to y'all, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. Yeah, Lotus, man. Like it's just a lot, man. It's a lot going on, man. Out here in these YouTube streets, y'all. I you know, once again, the wave is who are the first Americans. I'm willing to get in front of anybody, anywhere in the world, and prove that we are the first Americans with irrefutable evidence. See how that works? See, right. I'm just that confident in what we're saying. Because right now we picking through the dookie, remember? We picking out the jewels and the diamonds and the gold out this fucking dookie. Okay? But this is dookie that we digging in. And so we meticulously using tweezers, picking out the goddamn jewels out this dookie that we have here. Because we can only go with the books and the bullshit and the websites and the stuff that they have created and try to hide the truth in. But once again, when you get to etym and the etymology of these words, I like to break down words as we go. So even when we break down the word red comes from Rudi, root, means brown in German, right? So they still play on words. Oh, you're the red man. It's red lands and black labor equals white wealth. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that shit.
We got yellow niggas in our shit. We got red niggas in our shit. We got, you know what I'm saying, to the darkety, blankety black motherfucker in our shit. So stop telling us about some red and some yellow niggas. Because last time I checked, this man right here, and my mama and a few other people is lighter than most motherfucking Mexicans and a lot of motherfucking Native Americans. Aren't you lighter than a bunch of Native Americans? Yes. So they just look at your nose and be like, no, but you ain't one of us. Because your hair ain't straight and this and that and the third. That's Tonto. That's a movie.
Yeah.
And that one dude said he was Bowiqua.
I heard that nonsense. I was like, all this shit. Look at this.
I thought he was Jenny from the block with his French Montana looking ass. Shut your ass up, boy. This is the problem though. We got all this misinformation out there, and niggas be acting like I'm tripping, like I'm saying something wrong for checking the dumb ass shit. I'm not saying nothing wrong for checking this dumb shit. So this is what we had with it, man. Yeah, Fred Friedrich Frobel. He might. Nah, he is not worse than Plecker.
Nah, I don't think that.
Nah, I don't think nobody worse than ashy ass Plecker, dumbass. I hope he suffered when that bus hit his ass. Like, I'm telling you, I think if I could time travel, that'd be something I want to see. I'll be sitting on the corner eating popcorn waiting for that nigga to get hit by that bus. And like, it's about to happen right now. Wait for it. You know what I'm saying? Man, ashy old Plecker. Get your ass out of here. And man, listen, y'all got to stop with this Friedman bullshit. Okay? Y'all really do. Not y'all in the chat room, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They got to stop with this bullshit, man. So we the only people got set free on Juneteenth, huh? We the only people? That's it? Nobody else got set free? See, this is the bullshit right here. This is the cover story, right? Remember, pale people, they was indentured servants. So did they servitude end after the Civil War and all this other stuff? We the only people that's supposed to be happy that niggas got set free, huh? Stop the bullshit, bro. It's just dumb. It's dumber than dumb, dumb and dumb again. And they turn around and say some dumb shit again. And I'm like, wow, this is incredible. Like, so the whole slave narrative and the whole Africa stuff, right? Even though you got all these people from the continent of so-called Africa saying they never heard of this imaginary slave story. They never heard that we were their people, right? But they did hear of us, and they have stories of boats. Now, we got stuff pulled up on boats. We got stuff pulled up on the kindergarten stuff, y'all. We got so much stuff, y'all. We only wanted to keep this about 4 hours, but I already know, like how shit go, because it's so. One point we can't just gloss over it and give the cover story. We'll be doing you guys a disservice. We'll be doing exactly what they're doing. So this stuff is complicated because they have made it complicated. See, even within the Aborigine community, and I'm saying the Aborigine community, not the Indian community, not the indigenous community, the Aborigine community. Remember, Aborigine and Aboriginal, the adjective, right? Describing the noun, the first inhabitants of this land who created democracy, who created the Constitution, who created math, science, everything that you guys are seeing, we created it. So with that being said, right, we have to get in our proper mindsets and our proper place in history. That's the problem. So we got to start sticking our chest out, being a little bit more proud. I feel like, once again, the truth, us knowing who we are, helps us with the problems that we have. One being peace. So when we're talking about peace, this information, this evidence, this stuff, it brings us peace amongst ourselves. Lotus.
Yeah.
I gotta keep you involved. Yeah, it's gonna sleep. Yeah, what you got here? What you got here? Elizabeth Peabody founded the first English language kindergarten in the U.S. in 1860. The first free check this out. The first free kindergarten in the U.S. was founded in 1870 by, what's that? Conrad Poppenhusen, right? A German industrialist and philanthropist, right?
Yeah.
Now, he was German. Now, we keep saying that these Germans are the one who set up the school system. We're about to run through this real fast, right? So he was who also established the Poppenhusen Institute, right? The first publicly financed, I guess this would be the first publicly financed kindergarten in the U.S. was established in St. Louis in 1873 by Susan Blow, right? Okay. Okay. It says Canada's first private kindergarten was opened by Wesleyan Methodist Church in Charlottetown, Prince Edward's Island in 1870. By the end of the decade, they were common in large Canadian towns and cities, okay? So in 1882, the country's first public school kindergartens were established in Berlin, Ontario, modern Kitchener, right? At the Central School, okay? Right there. It's in Canada, right? In 1885, the Toronto Normal School teacher training opened a department for kindergarten teaching, right? Now, it's interesting when we talk about this kindergarten teaching, all right? They go to Germany to learn from people like Froebel or his followers, or even Froebel. He had a teacher who we'll maybe get into that tonight a little bit, who had a teacher and what their philosophies are. So, of course, they had Froebel, for instance, he had a heavy religious background, right? His father was like a priest or a minister of the church or whatever. He was involved in church, so on and so forth, right? So the religion heavily influences what I want to say, the educational system, right? So when you talk about the religion, the Abrahamic religion says that what? Niggas is cursed. All of them. And they're teaching this. Once again, they translated the Bible and put the curse on you. Okay? This is what happened. So, American educator, she wasn't American. Elizabeth Harrison wrote extensively on the theory of early childhood education and worked to enhance educational standards for kindergarten teachers by establishing what became the National College of Education in 1886.
Yeah, it's a damn shame, man. All foreigners coming in to input their nonsense.
Well, that's what I was saying about the Chinese. If the Chinese took over the education system, right, and they mandated that Chinese is taught from 1st grade to 12th grade, like you have to take this in school, right? In 1st grade of 2nd grade all the way to the 12th grade, that you have to take Chinese, and they put Chinese culture, they weave Chinese culture into our American culture. So instead of being Euro-American, it's gonna be Chinese American. You follow me, bro? And create Lotus.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the end of that. After that, it goes by country.
No, that's cool. So, kind of want to get back to Frobel real fast. Like I said, I want people to see what we're dealing with. But these people, when they came here, even in the late 1800s, going into the 1900s, they were still speaking German. The British were speaking German. They wasn't speaking English, what you're seeing now. It's a form of Deutsch. It's called Deutsch. It's not even called Germans. They don't even. Germany that's a new term. It's called Deutschland. You know what I'm saying? Dutch, Deutsch, Dutch. It's the same. These are all the same people who just went and took over other places. So when you think about Australia right now, you think about Mel Gibson, right? When you think about America, you know what I'm saying? They try to put themselves in that position. We're just so strong. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're just so great that we produce, even in these conditions that we're in, we're still producing at a highest level. You understand what I'm saying? Think about it. It's like finding talented ball players in the hood, right? With no formal training, they don't get to, have the weight rooms and all the things, but these niggas is just so cold, right? That you gotta get them. You gotta take them out that. You gotta get them out that situation. That's us. We just that cold that we stand out globally. Even with all the bullshit, all the stuff, all the miseducation, all the sellout and all the shit that go on, we still stand tall. As when they think of America, they think about us. They think about American culture. They think about hip hop. They think about food. They think about our style, our clothes, everything. We make they shit hot. It ain't hot unless we make it hot. It ain't popping unless we make it pop. So yeah, this guy right here, Frobel, though, this guy, and his okay. So we're gonna talk about this guy real fast. Now look at that language right there. You see that? Under Frobel, and it says German, and then you see that Lotus. Lotus. Anyway, y'all. This guy said he was born in 1782. He died in 1852, right? He was a German pedagogue, right? He was a student of Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi, right? Who laid the foundation for modern education based on recognition that children have unique needs and capabilities. He created the concept of kindergarten and coined Lotus. You talking about the screen, Empress? Yeah, that's just the guy that came up with the kindergarten experiments. Lotus. Yeah, my boy Lotus checked out.
Come back.
Yo.
Who's that, Empress Awaken? So, she thought Frederick was a brother?
Nah, I think she just called him brother. But I don't think she mean it like that. Nah. Yeah, that guy right there. But yeah, man, I just want to go ahead and start closing this out, man. Some other stuff you want to say before we get out of here? We definitely had fun, yeah. We definitely left out a lot of information, so we're gonna have to do part 2 of this. What they talk? They talk about how he was an apprentice and all that right there. Yeah, he fought at Waterloo against Napoleon, right? And right there at Waterloo, and Froebel found himself a civilian once again and became an assistant to the museum in mineralogy, right? Like I said, this nigga did a whole bunch of shit. He was working with minerals and shit after being in the war. Nigga was a slave. You know what I'm saying? He became fascinated with rocks and gems and shit. Like, this nigga was to kids, right? He did all that to turn around and be teaching children. But check out his books, though. See what I'm saying? So, 1820, first of 5 books or pamphlets. The first one was To Our German People, right? But Unser Deutsch Volk.
Yeah.
Volk, right? Volk, people, folk, people, folk, folk. Yeah. Y'all see that? Volk, folk. So when they merged they words and they things with ours, they created Volk turned into folk, for instance. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Slavery turned into slavery. Family and slavery are interchangeable, just like apprenticeship. Like, it's always interesting to me when they talk about this whole fantastic slavery, right? Forever slavery, but those slaves got paid. Like, what? Why would I pay you if I own you? Ain't that what your mama would say if she didn't want to give you no damn allowance? Fuck, I own you. Why the fuck I gotta pay you? You live in this house. Why am I paying you? So guess what? On paper, you are a working slave for free. You work for your mama for free. You work for your daddy for free. That means you are a slave. Family means servant. This it. Servant means slave. Slave means servant. Serf. Subject. It makes you a slave. If you pay taxes to somebody, you are a slave. Heard somebody say some dumb shit. Oh, if you get locked up, this makes it legal slavery. Well, what made it legal slavery before that then? If you believe that if you get locked up, that makes you a legal slave, okay, well then, what about before that? What if that's on right? Is that the only way you can be a slave? No, apprentice, going and signing a contract to work for somebody, whether they paid you or not, that makes you a slave, period. So the reason why these people go out of their way not to work for us because they understand enslavement. They understand empowering other people outside their community. These people go out their way. They're not going to come spend no money with you, come do anything with you. Then fuck are they going to do that for? See what I'm saying? So, nah, bro. Just wanted to kind of go over this a little bit. Yeah, Lotus, man, we'll start winding this thing down, man. I want to play the trailer one more time, one more again before we get up out of here, y'all. Maybe another song. We out, y'all. I'm going to go out with the 1865. I don't know if you got that, but it's on YouTube. So. Lotus, you there? You're...
That's crazy. So you can blame me for it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Cheap.
Yeah. I thought you fell asleep again. So, Sam, we get ready to close this down, man. Wanted to get the trailer one more time before we get up out of here. And we close it out with a song. And if there's something you want to say before we go about the information, like I said, this is part one. I don't want to draw this out too long.
Right, yeah, we got a lot of stuff. We got to break it down so everyone gets an understanding of this educational system from kindergarten. Over there, they even had something about the toddler that they were doing from toddler to pre-K. And then when you really think about, like, what were they teaching? Because I'm going to tell y'all a secret. 20 years ago, the majority of the people who we call European and white or whatever could really just say Dosh or Kaganate or Kaganati, Khazarian, Ashkenaz. They're dumb as hell. They're not too bright today. They have to use us for innovation and education and learning, inspiring for creations of things we use today. You know, white products, brown products, gray products, and all. So this is the beginning of the breakdown, and you know we're gonna build it up as we break it down. So I hope family can take. Well, I don't hope. I know the brothers and sisters can utilize this information, and especially in the beginning, the intro. It's into how you can utilize this and apply it to your daily living. You know, just the way you communicate with people. If you want to go further without having to do any little Nas X type nonsense, you know, in your life or whatever. Or because now it's to the point where you can't get a decent career making 250 to 400,000 without being part of some type of fuckery root type nonsense. So, you know, once we break down and get into this information, man, we'll establish a way where you can teach your own children, even though they go to these schools and get educated and see how things are going with Pokemon 19 and them. You know, it's like you can homeschool your children while they get an education, but let them know that this education you're getting for this paper and stuff is for a career only. And I've said it before, say it again. You do not go to college for truth. You go to college for a career. My brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. If you can pull up the trailer again, we're gonna get that thing one more time. Like I said, y'all, who are the first Americans is like I said, that's gonna be the wave. That's the question that we want to take over the conversation. We want this movie, this series, you know what I'm saying, to move the needle, you know what I'm saying, in the direction that, you know, because most of this stuff is social. Like most people aren't exposed to this information. You know what I'm saying? They're not exposed to it, and the stuff that they're hearing, like I said, you know, a lot of it is incomplete work. You know, you got, like I said, a lot of people run out here saying they're Indians, and you ask them, what the fuck does Indian mean? You hear all these different terms. You ask these people, what do these words mean? Why don't you do some research on it? Did your ancestors call themselves that? Do you think that we were sitting around calling ourselves what these people are calling us? No. But we have internalized these things. So that's a problem for me. Together. Shout out to Miss Gretchenham. Always holding the tribe down. All right, no, shout out to the MVP. Ooh-wee. It's going down, yeah. Yeah, I know, man. We got a lot of more things, announcements coming up this weeks to come. You know, like I said, right now it's about this first American movie and you know, everything that we got associated with that, y'all. It's about the First American Council. It's about the Declaration of Reclamation. It's about waking up. That's it. Just waking up, and we push over here, we push peace and prosperity. We don't push hate. We don't push division. We just push the truth. That's all we're looking for. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just about to put this on, y'all. Get ready to get up out of here. It's been fun. Lotus.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. I accidentally pulled up Libra's video.
That's cool too.
Damn, where is it?
Ooh.
it sucks. I gotta dig into it and find it.
What?
My man. Work out stuff like that. Digging into my my messenger.
Yeah, man, we definitely appreciate everybody, man, tapped in for this in-demand event. They said, man, we're only gonna get better, man. We're gonna get better. You need me to send it to you, bro? Hold on.
Yeah, send it. Maybe you'll get it before I pull it up. I get a lot of messages, so I have to dig through my messages. Pull it up. What?
OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she key. All eyes on me, bitch. GTV. Yeah, go get it, gang, bitch. GGG. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Top tier talent, bitch. TTT. Who am I? Danny Dope Dick. DDD. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, the hoe see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lady.
Hey, bro, can you take that banner down? Please, sir. I got 3,200 on my EBT. So it's Big King Crab when I EAT. I'm one of the best. Like BIG and PAC. Goat. Y'all better get it together around this piece. Appreciate that, Gretchen. The Lotus over there, Avatar, like you praying to Mecca or something. What is you doing right there?
I was so frustrated with the community. I was like, why? Like everything's in line that y'all motherfuckers say. I'm finding out the hard way.
Yeah, man. We did have to find out the hard way, though. To go through it, man. We try to save a lot of other people from having to go through these years of dumb shit. Really incredible, man. Did you find it?
Yeah, I had to close it out and pull it back up. I had too much stuff running. So I'm trying to remember exactly what day, man. I'm on August 9th.
No, man. This thing.
Yeah, I had it up, man, but it shut down on me.
I got you. Hold on.
Yeah, I got it now. Now I know what day you sent it. I gotta resend it to myself. Chrome works a little better than this new crap I'm using, man. That's the problem. Chrome on Google Chrome, I can just slide that shit right up, and it's just gonna pop in and play, you know. But not here. Oh man, come on. Yeah, not on this one.
What? What? What is
Yeah,
happening?
some shit. What's this shit called?
Hold on, I got you. Hold on.
One thing about our community is that we don't identify as African, and we don't like to identify as African American.
The natives.
Yeah.
When it comes to talking about African Americans, I have no education in that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connected to that. That's a system.
A Negro is still languished in the corners of American society, finds himself in exile in his own land.
Aborigine, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines.
You heard it. Shout out to Waka Flocka Flame. It's going down, y'all.
Yeah. Appreciate all the good brothers and sisters of the feather up in here.
That's right. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate all the energy and all the love, man. We're gonna give it back 10 times, man. Don't even trip. Yeah, Lotus, man. Shit, man. Got any last words, man? We can get on up out of here, man.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Definitely looking forward to the next one and opening up and getting them from first grade and on.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah,
so
these curriculums.
Yeah, man. I'd like to thank everybody. Let's go down the line. Thank everybody that came in the building for this historical event. We got Jan who's in the building, Ladario, Libra's son, Original American, Rashawn, Task Code CEO, Miss Gretchen Helm. Let's see, Jay Free in the building, Empress Awakening is in the building. Y'all know Godcast is in the building. Shout out to Lord Jamar. Who's in the building, y'all? Just nobody, man. Definitely appreciate everybody tapped in with us. Nonetheless is in the building. I'll say peace to the guys. And Rain Alexander was in the building. Thank you, brother. We definitely appreciate you too, man. Rain, tap in, man. Let's get to work. St. Lil Yosh Rios was in the building. Peace to the God, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. Miss Jam, man. I'll charge it to my heart.
I think we got about everybody got it. Empress Awakening. That's about it. Yeah, y'all, man.
Like I said, man, who are the first Americans, man? Like I said, man, that promotion starts tomorrow, man. So we're gonna be going crazy with the trailer, with the movie promo, stuff like that, man. We got a tour associated with this, man. So y'all be on the lookout for that. We're announcing the tour real soon, the cities we're gonna be in. Guys are interested in sponsoring, partnering, bringing the tour through y'all cities, whatever y'all know how to get at us, man. We definitely appreciate everybody, man, tapping in, man. And we out of here. Thank you very much.
Peace, y'all.